Testing. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Check, check, check.
Calling to order close public comment before closed session. Do we have any comment cards? All right, then we'll adjourn to closed session at 5 o'clock.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Check.
Ms. Beauregard, let me know when we're ready on the Zoom. Are we good to go? Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I will now call to order the June 18th, 2026 Board of Education special meeting. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tateviam, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. I would love to ask our very recent graduate, Mr. Kurosian, to help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, continued justice for all. Thank you so much, sir. All right, Ms. Beauregard, please take the roll at this time.
Member Olson,
Present.
Member Agakanian, Member Agakanian is absent. Clerk Kano,
Present.
Vice President Weisberg,
Present.
President Ponser Kamkar.
I am present. We have 4 members, so we have quorum. Number 5, reporting on closed session. I have 2 items to report out of closed session. The first is that the Board of Education is pleased to announce that in closed session, it was voted to appoint Samantha Thiessen as the new Arts and Career Technical Education Director. The appointment was made on a motion by Trustee Weisberg and seconded by Trustee Olson. The motion passed unanimously by a vote of 4-0. Additionally, the Sobel report has been received. We'll be releasing a cover letter and the executive summary ahead of the next board meeting on June 25th. The district's general counsel will also give a presentation about the report at that meeting. The findings of fact and analysis with appropriate redactions will be provided to the public. All right, 6. Move on to requests to address the board. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it in to Ms. Beauregard. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. It looks like we have 1 virtual speaker. Is that person on? No. Okay. So then let me know if they do come on and we'll go to that person. My first card is Jill Schlossman, followed by Linda Walmsley.
Good evening, everybody. Every time I come down here, I feel like I'm coming to a game show. And the 5 of you are tied for first place. And the name of the game show, Who's the Dumbest? Okay. It's okay with me that Mr. Macias is not here today because he never once responded to me anyways. But he sent out this letter to everybody talking about Proposition 98. And he even put it in the letter to the editor. He felt so strongly about it. And my question to him would have been, the group of people that are here in this country improperly, they're here illegally. I wonder if the state of California wasn't spending all that money to house them, to feed them, to educate them, to provide health care for them, and to incarcerate them. I wonder if the state of California would have more money for the schools. So that was a question I was going to put to him. Recently, Mr. McCoy kind of presented something to you in a way that didn't rub me the right way. He was almost threatening in these jobs that he wanted to create. And he kind of said, don't hold me responsible if you don't give me what I want. Now, that was my take of it. And I wonder if this type of mentality is going to continue, because he says, hold your superintendent accountable day in and day out. That's kind of what he says. But when you pin him down on something, apparently he says something else. Now, Ms. Kamkar, I have a report here from the Oxnard Union School District dated January 31st, 2026, 127 pages long. Did you know about this report before you hired him? Yeah. How is it you brought in somebody apparently that screwed up the Oxnard Union high school district. And they use words in this report of lack of going concern. Are you familiar with those words? That would give me pause before I hired somebody who's not a shining star over in that district. And then apparently, when you ask him about it, he blames other people. He gaslights you and you fell for it. I got to wonder, is he some kind of Svengali? You know, that gaslighting is another word for bullshitter. And did he pull the wool over your eyes? Because that's what I'm wondering. I'm talking about the five of you. Did you read this report? I read it. It's a long read. So that's pretty much it for me. How are you going to make things better here when you're just doing the same things over and over again? That's my concern. And I'm told he wants to cut public comment, cut the number of meetings per month, eliminate, really reduce your role as well in things. So that's the direction you're going to go. I don't see a bright future for the students here in the city of Burbank, just more of the same. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossman. Linda Walmsley, followed by Jonathan Godinez.
Good evening. My name is Linda Walmsley, and once again, I'm here to speak to you about fundraising and donations. This topic has been on your various agendas for the past few months. To your credit, this board has been asking for a full and complete accounting of the dollars that are donated to support our schools with funding for a variety of programs. These programs enhance the school experience for all students, connect them to school, and of course, give our district the ability to provide them when the dollars needed are not available via the funding sources you receive from the state of California and the federal government. Each report that you have received about this issue is providing more and better information about the exact amount you're receiving. At a previous meeting, I said, and I quote, "These dollars are given to support particular programs. The donors expect that they will be spent properly and should be able to see a clear and concise accounting of each and every dollar. To do anything less is simply unacceptable, especially if the goal is to see this funding grow." Tonight, I want to thank Dr. Hasty for his responses to emails I have sent to him requesting information about this topic. He responds in a timely manner with helpful information. I appreciate the kindness and thoughtful manner in which he communicates with me. My question tonight is for all of you, the members of the Board of Education. Not once in all of these discussions have I heard you reference Board Policy 1230 and the administrative regulations with the same number. It baffles me why you're not asking questions using these two important items. I'm confident that you know policies are created by you to provide general guidance for effectively operating the district, and the administrative regulations that accompany the policy are in place to provide specific procedural steps for carrying out a policy. By reading both Policy 1230 and the AR that gives those specific steps, you would surely learn the information you are seeking should be readily available. So here's my question. Why is it that you and the entire community do not have a full and accurate accounting of the dollars donated to the BUSD on an annual basis? Is it that your system to gather these facts is not working? Is it that you do not have enough staff to do the job? Is it that your staff lacks the training necessary to follow the guidelines in the AR to complete the report? What is it?
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Next, I have Jonathan Godinez, followed by Brian Roberts.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Godinez. I live in the trustee area 5 that corresponds to board member Mr. Armand, who is not here today. The reason why I'm here today is to raise a little bit of a concern, a personal concern of mine in regards to the pride flags being flown in front of specifically elementary schools, not middle or high school, just specifically elementary schools. The reason for that, I feel, is it's something that starts to stir curiosity in a child's mind when they don't even understand or comprehend what the flag or the so-called purpose of the flag is there for. My data or so-called evidence backing that would be the CDC doesn't even do any kind of analysis or studies for elementary kids grades from K to 5, because none of these so-called things that the flag represents even affects these kids at such a young age. I would, encourage you to read the Gelson National School Climate Survey, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, all of that, would explain it if you'd like to go ahead and see that. I think that the, flag is more a political point, and not so much a shielding thing that would help elementary kid. I don't think an elementary kid is going to go through the type of bullying that a high school kid or a middle school kid perhaps would go through once they start to go into these type of topics and maturity aspects of their life. And my request would be to request the board to see if we can make some type of introduction to an amendment vote where we can go ahead and just place any flag that's governmental, okay. There's other school districts that also do this, so I know that it's something that can be done. Just so that we can keep, the respect that the parents have, or that corresponds to us into deciding when it's appropriate and when it's okay for the child to start understanding these things of these nature that, quite frankly, I don't think it should even be, I don't want to say groomed or have this type of, mentality or comprehension instilled into them on what the flag means when they're not, they're not at that age to even understand what the flag colors like pink and yellow, or the pink and white represent transgender. And what is a kindergartner, what is a first grader, what is a second grader gonna understand about that or be curious about that? I really don't understand, So I really wanted to more point it out to the member who's absent today, because he represents an Armenian community, which is very heavy at the school that my child goes to. And the Armenian community is very, at least at the school where I'm at, very upset about the flag being up on the post. And I think that if he's gonna be, representing his community, that he should represent them in the manner in which the community believes in, and the religious beliefs, such so on and so forth. So that can be done. I'd appreciate it. Or I will submit a request for it possibly be placed upon voting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have, make sure I didn't miss this. Okay. I have Brian Roberts, followed by Teresa Medina.
Evening board. My name is Brian Roberts. I live and work in Burbank, and I'm a parent of a student at John Burroughs High School. On June 1st, my wife and I submitted a records request to Burbank Unified regarding our student. Under California Education Code 49069, the district had 5 business days to fulfill the request, which requires the district to provide copies of or access to any and all pupil records related to our student that are maintained by the district. On June 11th, 8 business days later, the district produced some records, but it did not produce many of the records known by us to be held by the school, including 7 whole categories of requested records. The district did not provide the required withholding log, a redaction log, or any explanation identifying what records were being withheld and the basis for withholding them. On receipt of the incomplete records, we immediately requested specific records that are known to be missing from the fulfillment. Today, 13 days after our original request and 8 days after the 5-day deadline, we still do not have the full records or logs and have received no response regarding why. As a parent, we have an absolute right to receive or inspect copies of our students' complete records under both California Education Code and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Tonight, we are asking for immediate transparency and compliance with the district's obligations regarding student records in accordance with state and federal law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. All right, Teresa Medina, followed by Lynn Rodeker.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. My name is Teresa Medina. I am a special education advocate and parent of 3 sons with IEPs at John Burroughs High School. I'm here tonight because what I have experienced in IEP meeting rooms for 3 years is now documented in your own LCAP, your budget reports, and your dashboard data. This comment is not only about my sons. There are 1,051 students with disabilities assessed in the ELA in this district. Tonight's data belongs to all of them. Your own LCAP set a goal to increase the percentage of students with disabilities meeting ELA standards by 3 percentage points over 3 years. Instead, it declined from 27.31% in 2022-2023 to 23.47% in 2024-2025. We're going the opposite way. That's almost 4%. Students with disabilities are rated red on the dashboard, 78.2 points below standard, the only group rated red and the only group that declined while every other group improved. Your LCAP names 5 schools where students with disabilities are at the lowest performance level in ELA, including John Burroughs High School. Your stated response to that red rating is $1.75 million in general teacher professional development. Teacher training is not a reading intervention program, and the current LCAP proposes no substantive changes. And graduation itself is not the finish line this LCAP represents. The district celebrates 97.4% graduation rate, but its own 5-year cohort data shows 10.2% of students with disabilities never graduate at all, the highest non-completion rate of any subgroup. The LCAP does not even track A through G completion for students with disabilities separately, and there is no plan in it to get them into a 4-year university, only a plan to get them a diploma. A diploma without AG requirements is not college access. It's a credential that closes doors. Now look at the money. BUSD received $10,017,514 in state learning recovery funds after COVID, with $2.45 million designated specifically for special education intervention in 2023-2024. The LCAP now proposes to spend the remaining funds in 2026-2027 on that same teacher professional development, not on a structured reading intervention program. That funding was available. The need was documented. The choice was made to spend it elsewhere. I have lived this from the inside. 3 settlement agreements for my twins, none producing reading progress, a 4th unsigned settlement because I will not repeat what has already failed. I am not the only parent who has stood at this podium with the same story, because what I am describing has a name, a pattern of resolving individual disputes through settlements instead of building the program that would prevent them. Not every family can navigate the process. Not every student has an advocate. The 1,051 students assessed in ELA have this board to speak for them. So tonight, I am asking for 3 things. For my son specifically, before fall semester begins, Angel, Adrian, and Adam must receive either their summer and in-school intensive reading intervention their evaluator recommended, or a prior written notice explaining why not. For all the students with disabilities in this district, this board must direct the superintendent to develop and implement a structured, evidence-based reading intervention program for students with disabilities, with a timeline decided by your next board meeting. And for every family who has raised these concerns and been met with silence, tell me when this district will hold its own staff accountable. The data is in your documents. My sons are living it, and so are 1,051 other students in this district. I also am requesting to have a meeting with the superintendent as soon as possible when he comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. I have Len Roediger, followed by Kelly Clark. Good evening. I'm Lynn Rodacher. I'm entering my 37th year as a teacher at John Muir. I'd like to begin by sharing a poem written by one of my students, Ella Powers. This is an entry in a book that several students presented to me on the last day of school. Her poem is entitled Ode to Necks. My teacher keeps saying we need to appreciate our necks, not our eyes, not our hands, not our brains, our necks. She says when she was younger, she never thought about it, never noticed it, never thanked it for doing its job every day. Now she says, one day you look in the mirror and it's different, looser, older, not the same as before. And I don't really get it because her neck looks normal to me, just a neck like everyone else's. But now I think about it differently. A neck is just one of many things we don't really notice until something about it changes. When I turn my head in class, when I look down at my paper, when I tilt my head without even thinking. It's weird how something can work perfectly your whole life and you never notice it until someone tells you it's something worth noticing. And I guess that's what she means, not just necks, but everything like that. So now sometimes when she starts talking about necks again, I don't laugh. I just sit there moving my head a little side to side just because I can. And I think about how many things I've never really paid attention to that have always just been there, even if I never would have thought about my neck at all without her. I love this because I try to teach my students to notice and find meaning in the little things and to find connections. And in prepping this speech, it occurred to me that BUSD teachers are the necks of this district. We're always here holding up the head, but we go largely unnoticed. While all of this year's nonsense has happened over here, gobsmacking grift and gaslighting and investigations and payouts and legal expenses through the roof, over there, we were quietly, steadfastly getting the job done of educating our students. And yet many teachers and support staff were laid off this spring. And now I hear we're adding more suits to the tune of $1 million annually at a time of dire fiscal instability. I was speaking with my son Harrison this morning about the new PIO position when he said something profound. If we want to make our schools look great, make them great, and the word of mouth will take care of itself. How do we do that? By supporting our teachers, not in meaningless sound bites, platitudes, and proclamations, but in real and tangible ways. By letting us keep our invaluable support staff both in and outside of our classrooms. By lowering class sizes and paying us what we're worth. No one goes to a Dodger game to visit the front office. They go for Ohtani. We must attract talent with competitive salaries. We're losing the cream of the crop to neighboring districts due to our woefully retrograde pay scale. We haven't seen a raise in 3 years. During the same time, overall inflation has risen nearly 9%. Our class sizes have risen too. Most of us have 10 to 20% more students than we did 3 years ago. We have an ever increasing number of accommodations. I had 19 students last year with accommodations. I had to write 4 versions of my final exam with these accommodations in mind. Everything takes more time. Just entering scores into Aries for 180 students feels interminable. Picture grading that many essays or short stories and providing meaningful feedback. We've also experienced increased absences, which create more work for teachers who are providing content online, getting students caught up at nutrition and lunch, and re-administering exams. My husband, Rod, and I each have had students in recent years with 40 or more absences, and nothing seems to happen. How much ADA are we losing on absences? There's a gold mine there if we just have the resolve and creativity to get our students back into our classrooms and that money into our coffers. This takes a coordinated effort between the district and our schools, but the problem is there is a gulf between us. No one seems interested in anything we have to contribute. We have a superintendent's budget advisory committee made up of teachers, admin, and parents, and from the sound of it, this committee is spoken to, not listened to. I've gone almost 6 years without a core novel to replace Mildred D. Taylor's award-winning novel, Roll Thunder, Hear My Cry, which was banned from whole class instruction in 2020. During the past 6 years, I've reached out to district again and again, including just last week, asking for meaningful discussion and a coordinated effort to restore this novel or to replace it. I've heard crickets.
Since the books were banned, my son Harrison has graduated from BHS, earned his college degree from the University of Arizona, and worked in Pasadena Unified for a year. He has done all of that in the time it's taken to coordinate the selection of a core novel, which isn't expected to happen until the fall of 2027. And now we're hiring more district personnel. I have a novel concept. Let's get our current district employees to do their jobs. We are in dire financial straits. Creating expensive district jobs while ignoring and undercompensating our teachers and staff is the wrong course. Drastic cuts are on the horizon, cuts most likely felt by those of us in the trenches. My student Ella wrote that a neck is just one of many things we don't really notice until something about it changes. I'm thinking it's time for a change. It's time for teachers to work to contract and let the new PIO work their magic. See how that pans out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodacker. Kelly Clark, followed by Daniel Hacking, please.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Clark. I am speaking tonight about your fiduciary responsibility as stewards of our taxpayer dollars. Starting with the March 5th, 2026 board meeting, it has been well established that community members were concerned with the board's intention to change the separation status of former Superintendent John Paramo from resignation to retirement. And with that retirement status, according to his contract, he would receive medical benefit reimbursement payments. At the time, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, you mentioned that we would see Dr. Paramo's name on future warrant reports, indicating that you knew those payments had already started. His name was removed from a personnel report that night and has not been brought forward since then, keeping his separation status as resigned, not retired, thus rendering him ineligible for the reimbursements. Since then, however, payments were in fact made, totaling a little over $13,000. The purchase order for the monthly payments was on the purchase order report at the March 26th meeting, and the warrants were on warrant reports for the March 26th and April 16th meetings, all approved by the board. This is notable because on May 7th, the warrant report was pulled from the agenda, and you explained that, quote, "The board did not take direction to process the retirement ever in closed or open session, and we shouldn't be seeing those warrants come through," end quote. While this was a welcome reversal, the question remains as to what legal, contractual, or policy authority existed for the district to make the payments in the first place. If no such authority existed for the payments to be made, these improper expenditures amount to a gift of public funds. The public deserves to know whether you plan to seek reimbursement. On a much larger scale, the board has approved and is considering approving more district office positions costing $500,000, $1 million. The well-documented FCMAT report paints a dark picture. We are, in fact, in a crisis. We are in a deficit spending pattern, heading for insolvency if we don't cut millions over the next few years. Spending that much money now is like knowingly boarding a speeding train that is headed toward a cliff and just sort of hoping it will stop in time. Why implement such a big reorganization now? Why rely on the hope of inter-district transfer students showing up to generate income rather than waiting to see if they materialize? How about we have actual numbers to support these changes before making them? And do we know that we really need these positions? Was a needs assessment done? For example, to the best of my recollection, in my 33 years in the district and the 7 since I retired, we have never had an assistant superintendent over special ed and student services. Do we really need one now? Have the directors and staff of those departments asked for an assistant superintendent? Have they been consulted or given the opportunity to provide input into the job description? Members of the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee spoke about their concerns on this issue at the June 4th meeting. Have you taken their concerns into consideration at all? In the past year, community members have spoken at meetings and contacted you with their concerns regarding the district's fiscal situation. Your decisions have shown that you rarely, if ever, have taken those concerns seriously. One example of this is the contract for the now former CAO, Andy Cantwell. 1 year ago, members of the community spoke at meetings and wrote emails expressing their concern about the July 1st proposed contract that included a promotion and a raise, contrary to what you stated publicly. These concerns were met with statements such as Ms. Ponser-Kamkar's assertion that, quote, "He's the solution, not the problem," end quote. Time, experience, and at least $1 million have proven otherwise. Please don't make another costly decision. Every dollar spent impacts the overall budget. During this fiscally uncertain time, we need to be more mindful than ever about careful stewardship of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Daniel Hacking, followed by Les Cohen.
Good evening, board members. I'm Daniel Hacking, longtime resident, and here to ask a couple of questions. I'm speaking tonight regarding the disturbing news that the school district has decided to change the number of board meetings next year, change the location of board meetings next year, and change the amount of time for public comments. Seriously, maybe I'm mistaken. A lot of rumors out there. Just asking some questions. Is it true that the number of meetings is being decreased from 20 to 15 for next year? The meetings already last like 5 hours. So how long are they going to go if there are fewer meetings? Number two, is it true the board meetings will no longer be held at City Hall to save $9,000? On the surface, moving board meetings to the schools or a school in the district sounds like a nice idea, allowing outreach to the far reaches of the school district. But the video facilities and the audio facilities at both the district and the schools will make it far more difficult to film these meetings for the YouTube channel. This will automatically decrease the amount of outreach and transparency for the community. Here's an amusing fact. When they designed this very building, that's how long I've been around. It was back in the 90s. They made a conscious decision to not build a boardroom, which would have cost a lot of money. Instead, they decided to pay the city a small fee to televise their board meetings at City Hall. Now, in the spirit of cost saving and outreach, these meetings will be less accessible to the public. I would suggest keeping a placeholder at least at City Hall so that if the new meeting space that you find doesn't pan out, we will have a fallback plan to use the tried and true government building on Olive Avenue. Number three, is it true that public comments will be cut down from 5 minutes? The reason so many people come to speak at board meetings is because trust in BUSD is at an all-time low. This move just exacerbates the situation. Instead of rebuilding trust through transparency and accountability, you're doing just the opposite, cutting short open dialogue. Maybe you should work to rebuild a culture of trust and community, then nobody would mind shorter public comments. But with a new superintendent and a new school year, now is not the time to make serious changes to board meetings. Now is the time to rebuild trust through transparency and accountability. Less meetings, an inconvenient location, and fewer public comments will do just the opposite. Now, I want to give a little addendum. I called the superintendent to ask him about these things because they are rumors. I don't know if they're true. And he gave me great answers to all of them. I have to tell you, the new superintendent, Dr. McCoy, and I was very happy about that. I said I was still going to give the speech because these questions are out there, and I'm sure he's going to address them, and everybody's going to be very calm. And I also want to recommend Lynn Rodacher as superintendent because that was amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Hacking. I've got Les Cohen, followed by Anna Ohanian.
Evening, district staff, board members. My name is Les Cohen, and I just have a question. In my understanding, the board is looking into hiring a public information officer. So I'd like to ask all board members to answer with specificity. How will the person in the position of public information officer increase enrollment? And again, please be specific. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. And Anna Ohanian, followed by Jeff Vanderbart, and that's the last card that I have. Did we ever get our virtual public speaker? Okay. Thank you, Stephanie.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Anna Ohanian, and I'm an upcoming junior at Burbank High School. There's one thing I've learned during my time as a student at Burbank Unified is that education is far more than a requirement. It's an opportunity that can completely alter trajectory of a young person's life. I've always said this, and I will always continue to say it. Education is not an obligation, but a privilege. As students, we spend thousands of hours inside classrooms, but what I have learned beyond just history dates and math formulas is that education gives us something much greater, agency. It equips people with the skills, confidence, and decision-making ability to control their lives and their journey towards success. Learning does not exclusively happen inside a classroom. It happens in a volleyball court where resilience is developed, on a stage where creativity is nurtured, in internships where professional skills are cultivated, and in community service where empathy is transformed into passion. Yet despite students embracing more opportunities than ever before, time remains our greatest limitation. This is why I respectfully advocate for the return of summer school courses, not as a remedial program, but as an instrument of accessibility. Students shouldn't have to choose between rigorous academics and pursuing activities that shape them into well-rounded individuals. Summer school should give them the tools to expand their knowledge and excel in the activities and topics that interest them the most. It shouldn't force students to set aside artistic or athletic pursuits to remain academically competitive. Summer school can become the bridge to do both. I'm not here to merely present a request that hundreds of students supported, but also provide some tactical solutions that may help enhance the summer school program. Like I have mentioned in the last Board of Education meeting, some alternative solutions may include a capstone project or a mandatory testing. These solutions may enhance the summer school program in a way that ensures students are eligible to take accelerated courses. I would also want to build upon the idea that has been mentioned before by Dr. Weisberg, the establishment of a youth advisory committee. The idea of a youth advisory committee reflects an important commitment, ensuring that student perspectives can meaningfully inform the programs and decisions that shape our educational experiences. Perhaps the greatest strength of the school district is not only in the opportunities it provides, but in the way it listens, adapts, and evolves alongside its students. Thank you for your dedication, your leadership, and your continued commitment to every student in the Burbank Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ohanian. And then Jeff Vandervoort, and that is my last card.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jeff Vandervoort, a longtime resident of the community. Your neighbor, lived for 49 years just a block away from you. I wasn't going to speak tonight, and I apologize in advance for not being prepared with notes that hopefully will make a lot of sense. But the issue of the budget and the financial stability of the district, I know they're foremost in all of your minds. I feel that the little bit that I can do is just remind you, beg of you to consider that you are the responsible party for the financial stability of the district. We just heard that from FICMAT not too long ago. We have a gentleman sitting here from the county that you pay 75% of his costs, was here to help with the financial guidance. And yet what I have been able to see, and there's very little time, it just came out yesterday, so I hardly had an opportunity to look it over thoroughly, but what I can see in your budget and fiscal stabilization plans shows that we are kicking the proverbial can of finances down the road. Yes, we're making efforts. You know, Mr. Hasty, I appreciate that the information is clear, but when I look at what we're hoping to accomplish this year, is minimally. We're again taking advantage of a little opportunity where some added funds have been found, some funds have been moved around that help, but we're not doing the hard work. And I know you've spoken about this. By now, I've watched you for a year, and I've also watched the last year or two before on all the meetings with your budget discussions, your stabilization plans, your efforts, prior FICMAT reports. It matters that you not spend any more than you can afford to spend, certainly not using one-time funds for salaries, certainly not assume that we're going to be able to save millions of dollars in year 2 and 3. I know, you know, I sat at dinner tables, at Sunday dinner tables with my family, and I remember when the district was considering offering special early retirement plans. And you guys have all kinds of acronyms for these things, but right now there's a possibility of a $3 million savings a year from now, and then a year later, another $3 million savings if we offer that. But I seem to remember that that didn't work out. Now, I know we don't have the historical memory here to remember these things, but it has happened. And the challenge is to truly understand how many people retire, what exactly are we going to accomplish, and are we really going to gain those funds? And again, to say we will have those savings 2 years from now, is to me a bit of a goal. Yes, you're setting goals, you're setting standards, but they're not guaranteed to be achievable. And I don't want to repeat what has been said, but here we are, new leadership, new superintendent who wants to do something different, understandable. However, spending money for, say, a PIO, if you looked at that position offering, it has like 31 points. Not one of them says they'll be responsible for adding or increasing student population. What's the purpose of this if not, providing public relations? That's what their description is. It makes sense. It helps to provide that kind of concerted representation of the district that is good. However, when we don't have the money, I can't afford to buy other than a Subaru instead of a Mercedes, because that's what allows us to stay within our budget. Again, I beg of you to consider that as you adopt the budget, fiscal stabilization plans, and do your best.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderboort. Staff response? Dr. Yasti, Dr. McCully?
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Hacking for the phone call today. We wanted to quell any rumors that that public comment, there was a rumor public comment would be limited to 90 seconds. There's no scenario where that's going to happen. We will potentially talk about 3 minutes instead of 5, but that would only be with a rule that the time can be extended if the person requires more time. In regard to location of meetings, one of the good things about City Hall is the access to video, but it's really difficult for staff to do the proper types of presentations to the board and the community, just based on the configuration of the room. So one of the things we're planning to do is we will have City Hall as a backup plan. We'll submit our calendar to them to hold dates that are available, that it's not in use. But when we look for a district facility, it's to facilitate better presentation, but we have to have the same video capability. So there wouldn't be a scenario where we moved a meeting to a place where video wasn't available, where we weren't doing it with the same quality or better that's occurring this year. And then also in the number of board meetings, the board can always call a special meeting if topics are requiring that. But we did find with the existing board calendar that parents were being forced to choose between attending an elementary back to school event or a board meeting, a high school back to school event or a board meeting. So the calendar is constructed to try and avoid all-in events where the board should be attending, the parents don't have to make a decision. So we have a retreat scheduled on August 1st where we'll really be going through our board bylaws regarding agendas, meeting procedures, where we'll be able to talk about this in detail and then consider action in a future meeting. I just want to give the board the quick update. And again, thank Mr. Hacking. And I also want to thank all the community for the feedback we've been receiving on all these topics.
Thank you, Dr. McCoy. I don't have a ton to add because I think a lot of these things we are going to address later on in the agenda when we get to the agenda items. And so I want to be respectful of that. Mr. Godinez, I'm going to send you an email because I saw you put your email on the card. So I will send you an email about that issue. I do want to make sure that staff has access to the email on the cards as well, because I think there are a couple of things that it sounds like staff needs to work out with a few of our speakers, Ms. Medina in particular. But I really appreciate all the folks who came down and talked. I think you gave us a number of things that you flagged for us while we're looking at both LCAP and the budget in special education, thinking about the additional positions and what their success metrics look like. And so we'll have that conversation when we get to those items. But I really appreciate everyone who came down and talked. Anybody else? Dr. Weisberg?
Thanks to everybody who came down, especially our student. I did want to share with our community, we're in the middle of a time of great divide and discord. And I wanted to share something specifically about our undocumented community. We know how valuable our immigrants are to us culturally, to us intellectually, but you might not know how valuable our immigrant community is to us economically. And no one should have to prove their worth based on how much money they bring in. But I did think it was really important to share that undocumented immigrants alone, they bring in $90 to $100 billion of taxes every single year, including billions into Social Security and Medicare, and they aren't eligible for those programs. So they're paying into programs for citizens, and they're not available to use themselves. So when we decide to demonize people who are coming to this country for a better life, and doing that under the guise of saying that it's with the intent of protecting funds for our school, it's disingenuous at best. Lastly, I'll say that in 40 states, undocumented immigrants pay higher taxes in the top 1% of the income scale in these states, which is also an important fiscal fact to note. I also want to end by saying, Mr. Godinez, I know that you're here with very real concerns, and I know that President Ponce Kamkar is going to reach out to you, but if you were to ask me what the pride flags symbolize to all of our students, they symbolize acceptance, inclusion, and welcoming. They become politicized when we choose to politicize them, when we choose to sexualize them, when they're in no way meant to do so. In our elementary schools, every year that I've been on board, and this is year, I don't know, 5.5, we have heard story after story after story of our elementary students who identify as being members of the LGBTQ plus community, talk about bullying, talk about suicidal ideation, talk about wanting to leave school because they don't feel safe or heard or protected. And so our goal, whether it's somebody in elementary or a student in high school, is to show them every day, not just once a year, not just with a flag, but in the way that we teach and in the way that we create safe, inclusive spaces, that everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome, whether you're 7 or 17. And I encourage you to reach out to some members of our community who have come to board meetings and shared those stories, because I think you share the same thing that they do, which is care and concern of your children, and to view this not as a threat, but in fact as a celebration and a commitment that the district makes to make sure all of our students are seen, heard, and celebrated. And that couldn't be more important and more central to what we're trying to do as a district. So I did want to share that with you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. We'll move to 7 reports to the board. 7A, report on the education protection account, 2627. Maricela, or is this Dr. Hasty?
I'll be doing this.
All right, Dr. Hasty.
Okay, this is a routine annual report required by the state law and part of the district's budget adoption process. The Education Protection Account, or EPA, is a component of the district's overall state funding. And each year the board must approve a spending plan of how those funds will be used. The 2012 is from 2012 Prop 30. The Schools and Local Public Safety Protection Act, state law requires now, or has required since then, school districts to publicly identify the amount of EPA funding they expect to receive and demonstrate that the funds will be used only for allowable instructional purposes. So that's for teachers mainly. So the board's action ensures compliance with Proposition 30 requirements and the annual reporting requirements established by the state. So for 26-27, the district plans to use 100% of the EPA funding to support certificated teacher salaries and benefits, which is an allowable use under the law. And this will be coupled with a resolution at a later item.
Got it. Questions on the education protection account? All right. 7B, 26-27 budget presentation. Dr. Hasty.
Okay, good evening, board members, district staff that's here. I'm going to present to you the estimated actuals. And again, that's 24 or 25, 26 estimated actuals. And we're essentially projecting where we're going to land as of June 30th. And then that will also be coupled with the 26, 27 budget adoption that will then project where, based on the current revenues and expenditures, where we'll end up going into next year. You see here the budget cycle. These are all guided by statutory requirements, and that's where we are in the cycle. Next step would be we close the books, and then we would come back in September to provide the unaudited actual reports, which will show essentially where we actually land. So the budget, let me move this really quick. Today we have the budget presented at the required public hearing. That's what we're going to have today. And then we're going to have the actual adoption on June 25th. And then what we're doing is a certificated, it's a positive budget. So you'll see in the 30 year out, we're at the 3% minimum reserve, which is, again, we have that REU, but we're showing that 3% reserve. And you can see where that will be certified and signed. And I put the Form CB because that's where it is in that big document if you want to look for it. And of course, at the next step, the County Office of Education, LACO, would review our budget, and then they would also certify it as well. So here we're looking at essentially the revenue assumptions, and I just want to go down the list. The big change, and again, we talked a little bit about this at second interim, there are some significant changes, and it's mainly around revenue. We are seeing at the May revision, and of course it was solidified, I think June 15th this week. We did have what's called our COLA, along with an augmented COLA, which some people would call a super COLA, which took us from about 2.8 to 4.31% in combined LCF funding, and that was that 1.44 augmentation. So we did increase significantly. And you're going to hear this over and over again, just in the base funding alone, we're talking about $5 million more in revenues just in that area for the COLA. Again, we are continuing the ADA when we look at assumptions going forward for revenue. We did in the past, we were looking at 100 students per year. We were declining. We wanted to make sure we just had a real mathematical formula to that. It's really simple, but we looked at the last 5 years, came up with a percent, and we are averaging over the last 5 years a 1.2% decline in enrollment. And again, I will speak more to this, but that is somewhat softened with the 3-year rolling average that we're still attributing for funding. So we're not having wild swings throughout the years if we have a big swing. So then we go to federal categorical revenues. Again, not too many changes in that area. One-time revenues. Now here, I want to be really clear. We do have the Student Success and Professional Development Block Grant, which was allocated last year for the 25-26 school year. That was about $4.2 million, which we did budget revenues, but we never budgeted as expenditures. And technically, that is one-time money, and it must be spent by 2029. However, we're going to be getting a whole nother allocation of that amount. That's going to be pretty significant going into the new year. The new positions that we've talked about and we brought to the board before regarding assistant soup of student services and special ed. We have the 2 or 3 assistant principals we're looking to bring back. And then the wellness counselors, 2 wellness counselors. That would essentially in the first year be funded out of that money. But it's Dr. McCoy and I are going to have a strategy to ensure we get that into the ongoing revenues and expenditures in the next budgeted year. So I mean for the 26-27 school year. And the perfect opportunity is coming up because our LCAP is going to need rewriting. And we look at some opportunity to provide, get that into the supplemental funding, to help support. And you'll see later data when we're looking at unduplicated pupil count, which is increasing. We're going up to about 39%. And we do see a trend that is going to increase, which would also be corollary to that need that if we were to put some of those positions in that funding into that the supplemental, which is a ongoing revenue. So the other thing, you see the local revenues remain generally stable. Our expenditures, and one thing for step and column, just so the public and everybody knows, we look at staff, we're all on steps, and we look at step 1 through 6 for some steps. And as we get certain levels of degrees, we might move left to right, which is a column, and that would be an increase if you have a master's degree. And of course, steps is when you go down and get years of seniority in the year. That is all equated to an increase in amount. amount. So overall, we're looking at a 1.5% annual increase for both classified and certificated and teachers that we've attributed to this as well. Pension rates, pretty steady, not too many changes there. We have that 19.10. You've seen that for a while. PERS is actually, I would say it's going down, but the increase is going down. We got to be clear about that. You have a percent, but the increase is going down. Then we got non-reoccurring legal capital expenses. So that those will not be assumed going into next year. As I've reported before, we had an increase in one-time legal cost. And then, of course, we're going to have continued alignment. And I'll be talking more about that for staffing and program expenditures. Looking at some of the key budget areas, general fund revenues, we're projected at this. And again, make sure you look at the top. We're talking about 26, 27. So that is the adopted budget we're talking about, not estimated actuals. But general fund revenues were projected at 231.9 million. And that's about an increase. And that's, if you ask like what changed, it was $10 million. You know, if we were, and we'll talk more about that deficit at second interim, I presented a deficit combined, and I'm going to say that too. We had a combined deficit of about $11.1 million at second interim. And so when you see what's happened to our deficit from estimated actuals to budget adoption, there's a significant change. And that number right there is one of the biggest contributors. There is some change within estimated actuals I'll point out later, but that is based on some of the controls we put in place since January. General fund expenditures, you'll see at 230.8, an increase of about 1.5 million. You got combined general fund budget. And again, that 1.5 million, that would be indicative of that increase in step and column. Combined general fund budget remains near break even. That's, I mean, we're looking pretty good there based on projections. And I'll say that over and over again. Unrestricted general fund continues to experience the structural deficit spending. So this is the key piece. I've always talked about, we split the general fund in two sides with the unrestricted and the restricted. So if we look at the combined going into 26, 27, we have a combined deficit of $644,000. It looks great. We went from this 9 million of estimated actuals all the way to 644. However, when we get to the unrestricted side, and I always say that's the true health of a district, we're at that 3.8 million, and that's where we got to really address some issues. But again, significantly much less than where we were at. Unrestricted before, I think we were in the 7 million mark. So I know the board set a goal looking at about 50% reduction in that deficit. I will always be careful how I say it. We are on track to meet that goal, but as the CBO, I'm not going to, we're going to be very careful how we talk about that. And again, we talk about ending combined balance. We're looking at projected 38 million. But one thing I will say about that, even though it's an ending combined balance, you have restrictions that comes out of that. So after everything is said and done, really about 19 million of that is what's really left when we have to restrict that into the restricted side. So again, bottom line over here, the biggest issue right now that we really need to focus in on is that 3.8 million. Okay, getting into the general fund combined, and then I highlighted the main areas of focus. You see our total revenues, and I already talked about that. This is looking at estimated actuals versus budget adoption, where we think we're going to land current year and where we think we're going to be next year. So you see that really significant change of that 10.5. We got the expenditures, again, indicative of the step and column increases. And then we, of course, got the excess, and that is looking at before other uses. I will talk that transfer out. That's for retirement benefits. We are putting that into another fund to pay for our retirees that do have benefits. Then we get into that net increase, decrease in fund, and that's the combined deficit for both. And then as we go into next year, we're looking at that much reduced combined deficit. Beginning balance, you'll see there, it's, we're starting, we're going down in the next year. And of course, ending fund balance is reducing, but again, we're looking at combined. So now we move on to unrestricted versus, now we took the general fund and of 26, 27 adopted, and we're splitting in half, looking at unrestricted and restricted. And this gives you an idea of where our total revenues are. We see that, and we go down the list, and really when we look at that contribution at 41, and so essentially when the restricted side is not coming down to zero and not balancing out, we have to take from the unrestricted side to pay for that. So a good example, again, special ed does not get the funding it needs. And we are going to see some contribution. We'll talk more about that. And so we have to pull that over. So that 41 is the contribution that is being moved over for this. And you see, again, that net increase, that 3.7 is, and again, I rounded up earlier at 3.8, but that 3.7 is the true issue we need to address. Okay. Getting into revenues, you see again, we're at estimated actuals versus budget adoption. This breaks it out a little bit more. That COLA would be that first line where you see that $5.1 million, where we had a much bigger increase in COLA. Federal revenues, not much change there. Other state revenues, we had a big increase. And again, special ed got a significant increase in revenues. I think if you looked at a 15% on the 13,000 students we have, it's equivalent to almost $1,900 per student. Now, if you looked at ADA total, it's about $385 for student, significant. But again, not covering the difference entirely, but it has had a major impact on the general fund. And then, of course, if you look at total revenues, that just breaks it down in a different way. So you can see that we have that 10.5 million increase in revenues. Okay. Now, as we get into revenue drivers, I just want to just remind people, this is where I talked about the upward trend. We are looking, if I were to put another year on that, we'd probably get to we're about 40%. But that's our funded ADA. And I want to remind everybody that 3-year average. So yes, we had a drop in ADA. We saw, 200 or 300 students go down at a certain time, but we're looking at the 3-year average, and there's a big difference with funded ADA. This budget, we have something called the local control funding formula calculator. We put it in there. We figured out all the revenues. We are assuming we have a 94% attendance rate. And as one of the speakers talked about that, we definitely have some opportunity of increase right there. Very approximation, but just looking at a 1% increase of attendance, and that's not enrollment. We're looking at about 94%. If we were to increase that by 1%, we'd be looking at potentially up to 1.5 million more in revenue as a district. So it's really imperative that we attach, some of those items when we get to the fiscal stabilization plan and some of the positions we're talking about. That will be definitely a metric of success or to increase revenue down the line. Okay. Looking at expenditures across the board. So certificated salaries, we saw an increase there, 2.2, but that would be more step and column than everything else. Keep in mind, I want to make sure we're clear. Bargaining did not happen with our teachers this year. That is going to be a big piece of next year we have to consider and how we're going to go about that. Classified salaries did not increase too much. And then we have our employee benefits. Again, with those other increases, you always have increases in benefits. Books and supplies, you see we did have an increase, but that's mainly carryover because we have some restricted money in there. Like, for example, restricted lottery. And we really want to say that because we do have some upcoming textbook adoptions we need to consider as well. Service and other operating, you see there, it's pretty straightforward. And then we got capital outlay. The reason why we had a swing there, we got the insurance check for the damage that happened this last year, and it was roughly about 1.9 million. We did put that in Fund 14 because it's a deferred maintenance fund, and that's the appropriate place to put it to help with other non-bond funded projects down the line. So therefore, what we were doing before is you see that 1.6, we were budgeting those projects in our general fund. So when we get money, we want to be strategic and put it in a place where we can use it strategically as well. So now that will be forthcoming with a deferred maintenance plan that will have actual money to back it up. And then we'll talk more about that at another time, but that's one of the reasons for the swing. Other outgo. You see here, we did drop that, but the reason why it was more in estimated actuals, if you remember, hold on, this was the other outgo. Let me think here. I'll come back to that. The transfer of indirect costs, that was when what we charge to our other funds as we go along. But the other outgo, let me make sure I got my page. Got lots of notes. So make sure. Oh, okay. So this is a big one. That's why it's important. So this is the lease. So we have a solar lease that was two different leases that I think go back all the way to 2013. One thing I found out that we were charging these to the general fund, and that's that 1.3 million essentially. If you remember the name Dante Gumucio, we did the RDA study, and I'm going to talk more about that. The redevelopment agency study. And so one of the questions came up that I asked was, you know, are we able to put the expenditures for the solar lease into Fund 40 as you know, capital project over time? And it was determined we were allowed to do that. So we moved that expenditure out of the general fund and essentially alleviating about 1.3 million of expenditures in the general fund. Okay, so this gets into the contribution. So back to Dante, the RDA we talked about. We'll look at this. So at second interim, we were over $50 million in contribution. So keep in mind, there's a lot of factors. We have the RDA, and that's on there. We had, you know, the SPED increase of revenues, and then of course we, you know, the solar release wouldn't have such an impact on this, but I want to explain how this happens. So for estimated actuals, 45.6, it did reduce, but we also had a lot of reductions in special ed for the staffing contracts. As you know, in January, immediately we worked with the special ed department to look at the staffing contracts. I want to say we were well over 100 contracted staff workers. As I know of today, we're at 60 or less. But the question came up in March. We were like, can we make this happen in March? And so we did. And kudos to the special ed department for helping with that. But essentially that equated to about 3.7 million in reductions just some of the staffing contracts, because we did not have, you know, roughly 40 plus people there every day. So that was a significant piece of that. And then you'll see the other thing that coupled with the revenue, we see this major swing in special ed alone that was much higher than that before. If we look at routine restricted maintenance, now we still have to take 3% of all our expenditures, which is $7 million. That's pretty simple, approximately. And we have to move it from unrestricted general fund to the restricted. And so that's to make sure we're keeping all the maintenance going throughout the district. So one of the things that the RDA resolution we brought was we were able, instead of taking all that money from the general fund to pay to the unrestricted general fund, we were able to take it from Fund 40. So this is what I would call an offset. And that's what is on that second to last line. You see the 2.3 million for the estimated actuals. So that reduced that 7 million and again, helped with reducing the overall contribution. As we look into adopted budget, that we are projecting right now of a $2.9 million need. And again, I think I gave it a metaphor. It's a bit like a spigot. As we need it, we can turn it on and off. However, it's Fund 40, so we need it for modernization purposes. This year, we also build a pool. More importantly, we need it for our cash reserves. And I'm going to talk, you know, a bit about that. Cash is one of our big issues as we're looking at a bit of an eroding fund balance at this point, as it currently is. We are going to have to really consider cash options. And that's why one of the resolutions is that TRAN resolution that's on the item, just in case. You see interfund transfer resolution that's on there, and just in case. More importantly, the interfund transfer is the resolution that will pass. And then what we need to do, if needed, if we get low on cash and say we're, you know, under a certain number. And right now I've seen in 2027, I want to say in November, we could, it's projected, we could be down to 5 million. So what we could do is take money from Fund 40 up to 75%, roughly there's 18 million in there. And we can move that into the general fund until the revenues come in for the next allotment. And so essentially a lot of districts do, you know, deal with this, especially during the November and December time. And so you'll see where some people will either do an interfund transfer and or a TRAN, and then they will refund that money in January or before the end of the year. And that's one of the rules. You have to bring that money back to that fund before the end of the year. If you do an interfund, there's no interest, but again, a TRAN would have an interest rate to it. And I'll talk more when that item comes up. So anyway, this is why we got to be careful. We just don't want to, and you see how I put it down to 600,000 in the out year, because as we get our stabilization plan implemented, we're going to be able to reduce the need for these backups, you know, these safety nets. But the good news is we have a safety net, and just in case, and we can phase this approach a little bit better. Okay, so as we get to the metric, here, we're looking at reserve for economic uncertainties. That is the legal statutory for 26-27. That's the dollar amount that we have to reserve, the 3%. The district policy is the 6%. If you look at what's over and above that 3%, we're at 16, but we're at 6.9. So we're within the policy. And the way you do that is you take all the money left over with the 3% and then what's above that, and you take that actual number, divide it by your total expenditures. So, but we're at 6.9 for the 26-27 budget and going into next year. So again, we're meeting the minimum statutory, but we have a policy that says we have to be at 6%, and that's the other ultimate goal. And we're going to go higher than that. Question?
Sorry, did my face look like question? Just a clarifying question. So are we at 6% or are we at 3% aspirational? Okay,
The district policy, 6%.
great.
Good question. Yep. So we're above the district policy.
And all of those funds are unrestricted.
Yeah, anything that's, yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. I know. So this gets into reserves MYP, and this is, again, we're looking at the current year our 26-27, we're seeing that 6.9%. And then again, I will bring that RDA, that 2.3 million. And then you go into 27-28, we have that 5%, and then 28-29, we're at 3%. Now, again, we turn the spigot down on that third year because we need to, get our fiscal stabilization plan implemented. And, the real fruits of that labor will happen in the 27-28 school year. And so we would hopefully, we would move that needle the other way. But that will be the main task, is to get that up, and we will have a target that I'll be talking about with the fiscal stabilization plan. Okay. Just want
Sorry, the REU there is the retirement.
No, REU is the reserve for economic uncertainty.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So here's just a quick slide. I want to make sure, because we have criterion standards, and I'm not going to put them all in there, but this is one example. And this is also a FCMAT finding within the fiscal health risk analysis. So FCMAT said they want us to, you want to be below the state average. And so essentially what you're looking at is general fund salary and benefits and so where are we at? You don't want it up above the state average, and definitely not anywhere in 89%. So as we look where we're at for the last 2 years, we're getting under the 86. And obviously the hope is when we get here at this point next year, we see the 3-year average within that 85. And that would be an example of the the FCMAT workbook, where we could tick that number from a 0 to a 1, and we'll increase the compliance with FCMAT. So these are just one of the items that we're going to be looking at as we move forward. And I wanted to point that out. But it's good news, essentially, because we're on track. Okay, looking at the stabilization targets. So I'm going to shift a little bit about stabilization, and I want to make sure, because we saw the $26,000 in the third year. So that's obviously, that's the problem. So if you look at the targets right now, and this is really the top table, I'm going to have that bottom table on another slide, and I'll get more into it, but I want to make sure we're having repetition and we're seeing this. Fiscal stabilization plan, these are targets, and I say it again, they're not ultimatums, but if we get to the 2 million and we're looking at 26-27, based on the actions we'll take, which I'll go through in the subsequent slides. Then we look at 27-28, we're going to set a goal for 9 million. And then going into 28-29, we'll be at that 9.5. But keep in mind, as we do the FCMAT compliance actions we're going to have controls and efficiencies that are going to be implemented and getting in place that ultimately won't just do one-time savings, but will have ongoing savings in subsequent years. And so let's get into this a little bit more, and just looking at the various items. So if we're just looking at staffing reductions through attrition, and if necessary, position reductions, and I was very careful with how we said that, but we're going to be looking at every position, all the structures, and some of this overlaps. But in the first year, because we did some moves this last year, but we'll be looking at for 26-27, where can we find some of those staffing? And if we do have attrition and people are leaving at any time, we will have position control in place where we'll be able to meet and say, do we need to fill it? Is it critical consequence? Can we reorg to cover these positions? And And so then we get into the second one, which is really, I will say, it's a very conservative estimate based on what I've seen as far as the population of the staff at BUSD. However, we can't realize this for sure until we do the study. So that's the SERP. That is a supplemental retirement plan. So what we're looking at there is we would go through a company called PARS. They would do a study on our current staff and see, we would set some criteria in place and look at if we could do some type of early retirement incentive. This is not an early tell where we give somebody $1,000. So we'd be looking at a percentage of their final pay. And then they could take that final pay in a multitude of ways, where it would be whether a monthly payment, a one-time payment. There's a different ways to do that. But in fall, we would be, and I'll have a timeline for this, but $3 million is a conservative estimate. I've done this. This will be the third time for a district I've actually done this. At my previous district, we had 33 staff take this, and I know that equated about 3.8 million we're looking at. And so it is significant, but we have to have the study to justify the move forward. And then I put hiring freeze, but we should really consider more of a hiring frost. So again, as we have position control, and are we really bringing on any new staff? The ultimate goal right now is every staff we need, we're bringing now, and this is it. At any point, if things change from here on out, we're going to be talking to departments about, either, if you want something new, you're going to have to look at what you got to sacrifice or reduce to do it. And just looking at that in totality and really putting systems in place to support that and monitor it. Special education cost containment, looking at reduction in legal contracts. We did have some reductions. I mean, last year we were at 900,000. This year we're at around 500,000 as of April. So we did have some reductions, and I want to note that we had some reductions in the contract staff, but we do believe there's definitely more room for efficiencies there where we can identify and reduce as needed. LCAP, and I talked about that a little bit. Look at all our categoricals and how we are funding those categoricals. I've also already started looking, and I've talked about this with the bond as well, just looking at how we can leverage staff that are already doing the work in these programs. And as long as it's within compliance of the law, we will be looking at all those positions, whether it be Title I categorical and or supplemental within the LCAP as well. And this is the year to do that as we're rewriting the LCAP. Administrative and organizational efficiencies. One thing Dr. McCoy and the team we've all been working on is the org charts in general as we're presented. So we want to really make sure everybody has what they need, but we're efficient and we have the correct org charts, and and so that will definitely create some efficiencies as well. The attendance improvements, when we talk about some of the initiatives, especially with a public information officer, we need a real campaign to sell the district, to get it out there, having that, really having a marketing push on that. Also, you'll see on there the local revenues or revenue enhancements, a strategic plan across the board for fundraising. We do have their FRCs. We talked about the donor report. We have the PTA. We have our foundation, but really having a system-wide organizational plan that supports fundraising and sets real goals across the district. And we really believe, the superintendent and of course the public information officer, that would be some of their charge as well. Facility use, developer fees. I've talked a little bit about that. I will be bringing a developer fee study to increase the rates. And that's about it. It takes some time to actually do it, the process, but we'll bring in that at a later date to increase those rates. However, part of that study is looking at the potential growth, and we're going to have a calculation that we'll start applying to different projects that we can really start slicing that pie a little bit better and just making sure it's, for one, compliant, but it's being utilized. So we're, if we do have a modernization project outside the budget, can we utilize those developer fees? One example is a very good use is any type of portable replacements. We can use developer fees for that, and it's a standard thing. So there's items like that we're standardizing. We're going to go across the board. Facility use. We'll be bringing, we've already started implementing the reservation system, Facilitron. We're in the process right now of looking at all the rates for use in the district, and we're doing the study. So we plan to bring to board the increased rates, and they will be increased because they have not been reviewed or increased in years. But with that, we will also be coupling that with the reservation system. We're also putting the developer fee collections for people that pay that through Facilitron as well. well. So the other thing too is we're not having a bunch of checks come to the district. We're having controls in place. We'll have one check. It all goes through a electronic system that's monitored. So a lot of these will create more and more efficiencies as we move forward, and they're going to take time. And again, overall contract efficiencies, I've talked a little bit about that, but just monitoring the contracts, negotiating the contracts, looking across the board, making sure we're asking the right questions as we get into new school years, looking at multi-year contracts with decreases in cost escalation over the years. Are we coming to the board having attempted and or negotiated down costs? And so just having a real a deliberate strategic approach to that as well. So looking at this, and I want to be clear, there's a little squiggly line. It's the approximation. Everything on here is looking at just a 75%. If we were to do 75% of this based on the current numbers as of today, if you look at beginning fund balance, and I'm going to make sure I have other numbers here. So the beginning fund balance, you see that at 2627 is 19.8. And that's also on page 7 of 8 in the big doc, where we look at where we're ending on our fund balance as the current budget stands. So I want to take you down the column. If right now we're looking at a 3.7, I'll round it up 3.8 operational deficit on the unrestricted general funds. That's our problem. And as we go down, if we were to put 75% of the year one items in place and get to 1.5, we would look at an operating deficit of about 2.2. Not there yet, but we moved it. So we're ending fund balance. We have that 17.5. But remember, a lot of the big ticket items, such as a SERP, supplemental early retirement program, that we go through the process this next year. The savings don't hit until the year after. And so if we go into the next year, you'll see if we made those changes, our starting ending fund balance would be 17.5 million at the top. Right now, without doing anything, if we left it as is, we'd be at 16 million. Just to be clear. So that's if you're asking like, well, if we don't do this, what will happen? We'd be at 16 million. So as you go down there, we see the operating deficit that year in the budget report, we're seeing a negative 4.3. So that's our problem. But if we get 75% of year 2 of that dollar amount, we're getting to 6.7. That's our ultimate goal. It would be nice to get to 75%. The reach goal is higher. So if we do that, we'd be at an operating result after that, we'd be at 2.3. So now we're seeing a positive. And now we're getting to our ending fund balance projected at 19.9. And you see what happens to our reserve at that point. We're at 8.5. And so if we didn't do anything, and we're going to year 3, we'd be at that 11.7. So if you go to the top up there, 19.9, if we don't do anything, it's going to be 11.7. So and these are all projections, but I want to make sure you understand that's where we're looking at this plan and where we're going with it. And in there, 19.9, that right now the projected operating deficit on the unrestricted side is that 4.4. But if we get 75% of year 3 of the stabilization plan in place, we're at 7.1 positive. And if you go down, you see the operating result, 2.6. And then we get an ending funding balance around 22.6. The ultimate goal is 10%. I would love to have a different problem because we have a statutory maximum of 10% where we have to start committing funds. But, arguably or ideally, we want to get that. That's the pathway to 10%. We want to get there. If we don't do anything and we're not there and we're in year 3, 28, 29, we'd be at 7.2 million. And yes, we will have a serious problem at that point. So I want to stop there because it's a lot, but I want to make sure you understand that we've looked at, we're not saying we're going to cut 9 million next year, but if we can get to 75% of the 9 million, again, that's where we can end up. So we can go to the next slide and come back to it. Yeah. So getting into an actual timeline, and we'll put an action plan together. Again, this is going to be a coordinated effort with Dr. McCoy, Mr. LaBelle, the team, everybody. We're going to have to come together. But you see here is just a simple timeline. As we're going through the process now for summer, we're going to update, we're going to implement, we're going to start the process of the fiscal stabilization plan. Summer, fall, you'll probably see a presentation at that point about the supplemental early retirement, and we'll start the feasibility study. The timeline for that, we would not be looking at anything until about February, where we want to have, obviously have a lot of the stuff happen before March 15th, where we would know exactly who would be eligible at that point. But the feasibility study will happen in fall, and then we'll have more conversations about that. Summer, fall 2026, we're going to review all the vacancies. We're going to, start having those position control meetings, and then we'll have a process. Yes, we call it a hiring frost, but we'll have a process for replacement where we have a checklist of what needs to be done. It's not just going to be a form. We'd have a regular meeting with the different teams to look at the vacancy list. Fall 2026, we will be getting our staffing ratios, and that's a big piece because you got to get ready for your staffing meetings with your principals. And so we want to have good data that shows are they overstaffed or understaffed, and then we'll look across the board and we'll start applying metrics that will have data and to support. And so then we got fall, we look at the review of the LCAP contributing actions. When I say contributing actions, that has to do with the supplemental part of the LCAP. And then we get into the implementation of the special education improvement plan. And of course, that would be done in conjunction with special education. We'll do it as a team and looking at staffing and programming across the board. And then of course, as we go down, we'll be adopting the plan as we revise it with the board. This goes into the next year. I'm not going to get as detailed. I won't go into so much, but you see, as we get these systems in place, we will have controls, and we'll know that on this every other week we have the position, or this meeting happens systemically. We'll have timelines and the agenda items that we need to review and the data we need to have. Another big component of this year, we're looking at HCM implementation, and that's human capital management. So that is our new payroll system that we are doing through BEST. That requires position control. And so it is a big task. The team is working diligently right now on the implementation that is supposed to be implemented in April of 2027. That in itself will require us to have position control in place, but we want to get the process and the socialization and the way the meeting structures work in place well before that. Going into the 27-28 year, and we are pushing LACO to let us implement BEST, the requisition and purchase order side of BEST earlier if we can. And I would love to get that if I can get it earlier, like spring, like start the process, because it is a 1-year process to get it implemented. As you know, we use the program Smarty. We have to reconcile 2 systems, and it is tough. I mean, and we do believe getting into one system, into the BEST system using our POs and the requisition system will create numerous efficiencies in access and reduce a lot of time that is being taken to do the reporting we have to do and reconciling. Okay, so next steps. We're going to closely monitor, obviously, the enrollment. We're going to be looking at the staffing alignment. We're going to start the SERP. That's going to be the big piece of this. We are going to continue to identify the additional expenditure reductions. We're going to, just be evaluating. We're going to be meeting in any strategy we can. I'm telling you right now, we're going to find things good and bad throughout the year. Putting this budget together was a challenge. And I'm just letting you know, the team worked incredibly hard. And we did have to have a special board meeting because there was a lot of cleanup. And so I do believe now we're in a much better place, but it's going to take a full year to say we know exactly where everything is, especially as we're still implementing systems and getting like Droplet with all the forms and getting Facilitron in place. So there's just going to be more of that we have to really fully implement and operationalize and make a part of the Burbank way. And as that happens, you'll see things really become more efficient and clean, and we'll be able to pull the reports and everybody will have access in a much more cohesive manner. Again, I just, on and audit actuals is coming. So September, I always say that's one of the biggest reports we need to look at because it's where we actually landed. Again, today, they were projections. And that will tell us where we are. I do want to give thanks to the team because the business services team is great. I mean, Maricela has been wonderful in this process, being new, trying to take this on, and I've been enjoying watching the stress of it all because I know what it was like that first time when you're working. It is mean, but I know she's growing, and I'm just so excited because it's like that you go through it and you start learning, and I've learned from doing it, and so it's really great. But with Jeanette and Terry and Sharetta, Dylan, Ian. Jennifer, Julie, Rose, Tyler, I'm going to say them all, Victoria and William, Bill. They're just a great team. And I just can't say enough. In the first week, I got to just, meet them and get to know them. I mean, it was a bit emotional because these guys have been holding it together as best they can. And they just come every day and work so hard. And now we have a full team. And so we're going to be hitting on all cylinders. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hasty. While my colleagues get their questions ready, I will just ask a question that I believe you probably know I'm going to ask, which is, did this go by the Budget Advisory Committee and what did they have for feedback?
Yeah, I mean, there is concerns. And I want to be very clear. One thing too, the fiscal stabilization plan, a survey went out to them as well. So we have heard them. There's a lot of information to present, and it moves very fast. And and I'm finding things. And for instance, just knowing that 1.3 versus one lease, like we have two leases. There's just a lot we got to pick up, and so we're making adjustments. But the SBAC, they are concerned about the new positions. They're concerned about us moving too fast and not assessing at this point. The challenge is, and this is what I've said, this is the time we have to do it because it's the timing to get the right people on the bus for this point in order to make the decisions and the changes we have to make going forward. So I think that's a critical piece. And I understand their sentiment and contention around it because the district's been through a lot, and I want to acknowledge that. So it's tough. But what I can say, Dr. McCoy and I both are coming with, and Mr. LaBelle, we're coming with a lot of best practices. I've seen what works in districts, especially for finances. And I've also learned how to deal with mistakes and change. And it's challenging, but, and that's something that we're taking the feedback. We're going to work, but we are going to set metrics around these positions. And that's essentially, as Dr. McCoy was saying, the accountability piece, really looking at enrollment, really looking at legal fees, really looking at contract staffing and just having some systems around that. So, and that was also said from me too, just that it will be incumbent upon us. And I think the FSP not only lends way to a real, it's not just we're reducing $30 million and something. We have a lot of actionable items we have to address. And also we're really deliberate to correlate it with the FCMAT process as well, which we'll be bringing back regularly. We've already moved that needle a little bit, and I'll be bringing that, I think, in August or when our next board meeting is, so we can show you how that's changing. But overall, I know the FSP has been the SBAC has been a great partner, and I appreciate what they've had to say. But they are trepidatious. They're a little worried about the initiation of this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ms. Kano, you want to start us off? No? Okay. That's okay. Who wants to start? I'm just looking over this way and she is ignoring me. So I'm not. Be gracious. All right, Ms. Olson.
I'll begin. Thank you, starting point. It felt good at this point to be able to follow you so effectively. So I appreciate the narrative through it and the obvious work. My questions are truly all over the map because it's so much. So bear with me here. The first question I'll ask is, the positions transitioning to supplemental funding in LCAP. Mm-hmm. I think that's just kind of a general feeling, gut concern. Talk to me more about what that actually looks like, because, we can move things around in LCAP, but that ultimately means cuts to other things. Mm-hmm. So is there a little bit more of a vision on where we have space, where more money is coming? Again, just moving people into LCAP is scary. So mm-hmm. I would just like to hear more on that.
I mean, I can speak to the process for LCAP. And as we go through this, we're going to have the focus groups. We're going to do the surveys. We're going to look at the data across the board with all the metrics. And so we start there with the needs and the metrics. And you're right. If we're going to have to move some things around and reduce, but the ultimate goal is that these positions will not be in one-time funding after 26, 27. And so what will have to happen, we both agree that with reorging and efficiencies throughout, we will have space for these to fit in the general fund over time. So, and that's the process. But the process for LCAP it takes the community. It's not just, us making decisions to put things in there. So we will have to bring bring that feedback to the board, discuss where they stood on, where the community stood, where their students stood, because all those surveys come through. And then we'll present that, and as best we can, we'll incorporate it, and or if it is incorporated outside the LCAP, we'll justify how it can fit within the existing funding. One big thing I will always say, just like this year, it can go both ways. But this is one of the few years I've been talking to a number of CBOs. It's the first time they've been saying yes to a lot. And I'm talking longtime CBOs, because we are seeing this. It's just a change right now with the excess dollars. And so we hope it's a trend. There's, Prop 39 still not fully funded, or Prop 98, sorry. It's just, there's things we have to, we're pushing to legislate, but yeah, we'll have to fit it in, and we're going to do our best, and we'll go through the process for LCAP.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I would tell you is that, sorry, you want to get a second chair? Maybe we'll do that. When it comes to LCAP, one of the things the district's seeing is an increase in the number of students eligible, in that they are entering into conditions of economic distress, families are. And we know that in communities across California, and ours in particular, those conditions are worsening rather than improving in the economy that we're in. We know there's also a number of, in the creative industry that we serve, there's also a number of pending changes that are going to impact our families. And so one of the things that when we say bringing efficiencies, what that means is, are we connecting with every family that's potentially eligible? One, for the meals, two, for supplemental funding. So if we saw a small increase this year, I think 34 to 39, I can tell you there's probably 8 to 10% more families that are in these conditions of poverty that we're not identifying. And so, but what that means is, in our internal processes, the way we upload information in CalPADS, or statewide data systems, the way that we interact with our new nutrition services team to make sure all students and families are receiving what they need, and then destigmatizing, putting your hand up when you're in a condition of poverty so that we can better serve you as a school district. And so the economic conditions around us belie the fact that there are most likely a greater number of families each year. And so it may not be that we have to take away. It may be that the funding that's coming in, that's increasing. The LCAP receives the same COLA as the general fund. So we have more students and an increased COLA in the LCAP, which means additional dollars to serve students who need them most. Any positions that land in the LCAP have to be aligned to these additional services above and beyond services that the district's going to provide. So it's not a budget move that we can make. It has to do, as Dr. Hasty said, with the process of community input, but also helping the community understand that they need to take advantage of services that are available to them, and there shouldn't be a stigma to that, and how we can message that and make sure families feel comfortable letting us know. I've been laid off. I lost a home. I had to move in with relatives. These are all conditions a lot of families are experiencing, and it's hard because, the way that our communities are built are to be, we're all self-reliant, and we're all supposed to handle everything by ourselves. And this is a time where we hope that district can be part of the conversation around how we can improve the services, but also allow families to tell us what they need. And so we would estimate, again, there's going to be more eligible families, which means more funding. And then we have to wisely adjust that funding to what these families need through the surveys.
And that's where, like the wellness counselors makes sense with the alignment there. I guess, I'm wondering a little bit about the assistant principals, because that's the decision for the assistant principals came from looking at declining enrollment and ratios. And these are people's jobs. This is a tough thing, but it's like that doesn't seem to be the thing that's changing. And so can we use those funds to help in different areas and facets? That's the part where, just kind of looking at the different positions, that's where I'm a little stuck. And I also want to make sure I'm getting it right. That the positions that we're talking about are the assistant principals, 2 wellness counselors, assistant soup of special ed, and
And these are the positions we're discussing that will carry forward on one-time funding for 1 year.
yes.
We would tell you the assistant soup position will never be an LCAP expense.
Okay.
But the assistant principals, if they are aligned to providing additional improved and enhanced services on campuses to students facing conditions of poverty, whether that's through the care center program, whether that's through after-school programs, where they're working directly with families, providing other services, a component of their salary, not their entire salary, can be
covered. Yeah.
but it has to be directly aligned to those services that are being provided. So if enrollment says, well, maybe we need 3 assistant principals instead of 4, but if we bring back assistant principal 4 specifically tasked with oversight of these programs designed to serve students learning English, students in conditions of poverty, and students in foster programs, then that's something that we can look at, and we can align those services within the LCAP. And that's in some districts, entire district, and we haven't proposed this. I just want to make sure everyone understands that. But in some districts, entire departments, the entire student services department in some districts is funded by the LCAP. If you're in a district where the conditions of poverty are in 70, 80, 90%, because all the services provided through student services are serving all the students in conditions of poverty. We're not at that number, but there are in other systems sort of precursor versions of these positions that we can look at. And it may require adapting a new job description to assistant principal number 4 or middle school assistant principal number 2 over a period of time to make sure that we're aligned in the job description, we're aligned in the LCAP, and we're aligned in the services that are provided.
Elementary PE, is that lumped into that as well and has been added and budgeted for?
It's a part of the main budget. It's not in LC or supplemental.
Okay. I wanted to just, because that was the other positions that we were talking about.
I want to be clear too. All these positions that we're talking about are in the current budget numbers you see. So just
Is elementary PE in for all 3 years of the multi-year, or is it just into
as
the first
of
year?
now, it's all the P's in there for the 3 years.
Okay.
Should I continue with my questions, or does someone want to bounce off of that? Because
You're welcome.
thematically, okay. There was the local revenue change by 3.5% on one of your graphs. Hang on. I wanted to understand that better, where that was coming from. The revenues, the change. This one? Revenues. Like, it made sense to me where the other state revenue was coming from with the special ed piece, but I was curious for the decrease in the other
If
local
it's- if it's
revenue.
local revenue would also have our donations in there. And so a lot of times we don't always realize all the donations. That's my first answer to it, because if it changed. So we're talking about, other local revenues, we're seeing that negative 287. Again, that could be as simple as just not realizing the donations or that we had in previous years. So, but again, I'll get more details if you need it, but I'm pretty sure that's typically when we're talking about the other local revenues.
That's helpful. And then our projection of, and I think you answered this maybe while we were talking, but I will ask it anyway, just in case. But the projected outgo to be down 46%, is that because of this year's extraneous, hang on, let's all get to the page real quick. Thank you. This one, expenditures. The other outgo percentage,
Okay, that was the solar lease.
that was
So,
the solar lease. Okay. Got it. That does make sense now. I have other questions, but I'm going to pass it because I'm unorganized now. I've mixed up my notes.
Dr.
Um,
Weisberg.
First thing is I think we talked last time, you gave a report about just making sure that we get the feedback from SBAC incorporated in so that we can read what they said, good, bad, and the ugly. I think it's really important that we are able to see what they're saying. Similarly to survey data that is I know that I don't think they've done a survey yet, but you spoke about surveys moving forward. It'd be really important for me, and I think all of us, that we are able to incorporate their feedback and just, the more we know, the better it is. So that's not a question, more just a request moving forward. And whenever we're talking about anything fiscal that's been discussed with them, similar the way we ask questions about bond stuff related to our bond advisory committee. I wonder, so this is another request ask, and then I'll ask my question, but you asked a few of them, which is, can we find a user-friendly way to share this information with the community? So there's so many acronyms, right? And I understand 98.8% of them, and the other percentage I'm Googling quickly, but there's so many people in our community, I think, who really want a better understanding of where we are budgetarily and the good and the bad. And so is there something that we could put up on the website that gives a kind of basic overview? We already have somewhere living in the dark ether that is our website, an acronym page, but even linking that page with the report so that people can get a better sense of, because there's so much work that went into this, right? How do we make it more palatable for people for whom education jargon isn't their thing, right? So that's a question and something I think we really need to focus on. It's something that Dr. Anders has done an extraordinary job on with LCAP, is making it a lot more digestible and user-friendly. And it's hard to make this stuff digestible and user-friendly. So just something I'd like us to think about. Could you talk, sort of cutting through all of this, about the 3.9 million that we have to cut impendingly? Where is that coming from?
So, okay, I want to clarify the PE teachers really quick, because it's kind of, when we're talking about reductions, we're not program focused on this right now, so to say, are the PE teachers, the teachers' FTEs are included in that? Yeah. So I want to make sure that was clarified. But as far as, are we talking about the fiscal stabilization plan?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we look at the reductions, if we're talking about the first year, if we were looking at that 2.2, that's the 75 or 1.5, the 75% of the first year.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the line item, and that would be slide 16, and that gives you exactly the line. So if 26, 27, we're talking about having a frost, looking at, not, maybe we're going to have some vacancy and doing position control. We do believe we can have savings in just doing that. Because right now, if you don't fill a position, or if we were able to save a position and due to some type of reorg, that's something we're going to have in place. The other piece, and so that would be a savings if you're not filling a position. The other thing, special education, cost containment and contract reductions. Again, if we're continuing to reduce any of those staffing contracts,
right,
that would then we would continue. This year we were able to go from the 100 plus to down to 60. So we're going to continue to look at that, and we could potentially cut there. And then this is just that first column I'm going down the line, and looking at LCAP and alignment. If we're looking at, if we have some type of alignment we can do, or categorical leverage, that's where we could do. Like, I'll give you an example. We've been able to split fund in the past in certain areas.
Sure.
There's other pieces too with even with ELOP. This year we looked at if a custodian's helping out clean the area after school and it's an ELOP program, you can fund 0.1 of that FTE, and these are some of the pieces out of that ELOP instead of the general fund. So we're going to continue to do some of that, and to make sure we're maximizing any split funding we can do. And of course we have the attendance improvement, and I talked about that, looking at that 94% attendance rate, if we can increase that. So again, there's two sides of this. There's there's the reduction side and also the revenue side.
So I think what makes me anxious, I can't think of a better word, is a lot of it is hypothetical, right? We're talking about hypothetical cuts, hypothetical, our ability to increase attendance from 94 to 95, which I think we can do, but we don't know that we can do it. And so an example I'll give is the assistant sup of HR. And I said this at the last couple of meetings, so this is not a surprise. What concerns me about that position is, or special ed, excuse me, not HR. HR is great. Special ed. Sorry, Matt. You're great. I think you're the best. I'm so happy you're here. With SPED is that we are clearly struggling in a lot of areas in special education. And one of the things that you brought up was we went from 100 contracted to 60 contracted, which in theory I love because we really need to be hiring BUSD employees to do jobs with our students. But I worry about what gaps that leaves in the classroom. And so one of the questions I have is, are we involving our classroom teachers, our site admin in conversations about system control? Because, you know, we heard tonight, and it's not the first time we've heard it, that there are some gaps in support in a lot of areas. And some of that comes from not having the right oversight, which is why you can make a strong argument for needing positions in the district office to help facilitate that. But I want to make sure that as we're sort of identifying places where we can cut, we're being really thoughtful about making sure that they're not hypothetical, that what the actual impact of them will be. And so like the APs are a really good example of that, where I think they are unbelievably vital and necessary to our schools being able to function at a high level. But the hard decision was made to cut them. And so now talking about bringing them back feels like, is this going to be a sort of a yo-yo that we do moving forward with other positions where we, you know, say to somebody who we value, this job is no longer available to you. And then we find money somewhere and we say, oh, but you can come on back, but just for a year. And we don't really know if there's going to be that job in a year for you. So that's the kind of like hypothetical of these conversations that makes me really anxious when I think about the jobs that we are sort of, in many ways, it seems like we're kind of gambling with.
And I would tell you that no budget comes without uncertainty, right?
Sure.
And so I think if you look at over the last 3 years, the district was spending 89% of its budget on personnel, salary and benefits, and that's down to 86. And the recommended number is 80. And so we're on that downward trend. And there's a couple of places where that happens. One is when we initiate thorough position control, a lot of times what happens in districts is if a student has a one-on-one behavioral instructional assistant or an instructional assistant, and the student promotes or graduates or no longer needs that assistant.
Absolutely.
Are we then moving that position to a site where a child needs that?
Or they're just there.
Or are we opening a vacancy and then hiring somebody for the new child when there's a person who's currently working who could be transferred?
Yeah.
And so those are the kinds of things when we reorganize in special education, we prioritize with BUSD employees first, so reduction of contracts. And then we prioritize with in a hiring frost. That means instead of saying like this instructional assistant's retiring mid-year. So instead of automatically taking the retirement, posting the job, and then filling the job, sometimes from inside, sometimes from outside, we go through that job and we say, is this job still needed to serve the students or student at this particular school site? And can we move that person to a vacancy that's just been created at another school site?
Absolutely.
And when we have good position control, we can see those numbers in real time and then not, for lack of a better word, hire an extra person when the people we have are already on site. And so a hiring frost means every single position that becomes vacant when a person retires or resigns is examined to see, do we have the right person in place? Also, we start to fill vacancies internal only primarily. And so we give classified opportunities for promotion in particular, but we look for, if we open this only internal and a person promotes, then we look at that next vacancy. Is this an absolutely necessary position? Yes. We open it internally and another person promotes. And eventually we get to a place where there's an entry level position that we might say, we don't need that position anymore.
Sure.
And so part of this, there's a lot of uncertainty, but when you do a hiring frost and you're no longer posting vacancies as soon as they come online, you start to really use attrition as leverage rather than replacing every position that becomes vacant. And we can look and probably tell you what the typical resign retire rate is for
That'd be great to know.
for CSEA and for VTA. And then the SERP then on top of this, and we realize there's no uncertainty there, but I can tell you that in our district, we were looking at 160, 180 layoffs. We did the SERP, we had 137 people take it because
This is an Oxnard.
yes, but it isn't something where you're saying, you know, here's $1,000 or $10,000. It's really something that one, the study has to bear out that we have an eligible population of folks. The study will give us a number and it says, if this many people who are on your eligibility list take the plan, then you will save money. And so when we do the study, then we notify everyone who's eligible. And then there's individual meetings for those folks as well as group meetings. And they get a chance to look at it, to talk with their friends, family, loved ones, and decide. And then we give them a deadline to notify, and that's a final permanent deadline that's typically in January. So we say before we get to March 15th, if we know we have 30 or 40 folks taking these positions, then the key is which of these 40 need to be backfilled because they're essential work for the district, and which can we eliminate because those positions may be subject to layoff at a future date. And so there is a lot of historical success with programs like this.
Yeah.
But it also helps us avoid layoff, which is the hardest conversation for us to have with labor partners and with the board and with the community. So there is, so the good news is, you know, Jason has estimated and the team has estimated this is 75% of what we think might be capable. And I think so so we've built in some flexibility for some uncertainty, like a 25% uncertainty rate. And we could certainly look at again and say, well, here's what 50% confidence means. Here's what 40% confidence means. But because our systems on the back end need a lot of shoring up and need a lot of detail that's not been in place for some period of time, we think we're going to find this 75% and potentially more. So we understand how that's, you know, that's a leap of faith that this community may not be ready for based on what's happened recently and in the past, especially when we're looking at decline enrollment and potential deficit. But it's something that we're going to be regularly reporting on in public about how we're progressing.
Yeah.
The other thing, and I won't speak too much about this, but we also have to look in. So the difference between estimated actuals and unaudited is all the bills that come in between July 1 and September 1 that are for the current year.
Right.
And one thing that's going to be real clear is if we have timesheets that come in that haven't been submitted through June between July and September, then that will give us a number and another process to look at where we have to look at how are we doing timesheets for work over contract? How are we accounting for when those timesheets need to be submitted? And that will be another cost savings for us because on a timesheet, most people don't know that the district has to pay percentage of STRS and PERS on timesheets, even though the employee doesn't see that. They see that they get their extra time for the task they perform. When we don't, if you do an extra task in the month of May and you don't submit your timeline until June, the district pays a penalty to STRS and PERS for the late timesheet. And so if you have 100 late timesheets during the year, you're not just paying out the extra work, which is work that's been completed and needs to be honored, but you're paying out a penalty to STRS and PERS that's increasing the actual cost of the overtime. So part of position control is then looking at every single timesheet as it comes in and then tasking business services, HR and educational services, special education with, before we assign extra tasks, we have to be very mindful in this budget environment of, is that a task that could have been completed during the regular workday? And then if we do, and we have to inform people, we can't do this, right out of the chute, but basically, if you don't turn your timesheet in a certain period of time, then we may not be able to honor that. Now, we'd never be able to get there without working closely with CSEIA and BTA, but we'll be quite honest, some folks will carry a timesheet for the, turn in 12 in June to create a summer check. And those are things that if that's happening, and there's probably some degree of that happening because it happens in school districts, then we have to look at, and we'll see that cost between July 1 and when we bring you the unaudited actuals, because there'll be a dollar amount to that. And we'll be able to tell you on extra time, it's costing us this millions of dollars, which is why the deficit, even though today we're showing a significant potential reduction in deficit, we talked about special ed costs are down through April. So we still have to receive May, June, and then what comes in at the end. And that's, again, the more we can control these variables, like you're asking, the better the budget gets over time.
I just have one more question. Can you, again, I think this is perhaps a repeat question from me, but you both have spoken, I think, very spot on about position control being a major concern and something that we need to address. And I think in special education, that's been particularly acute. Help me understand why, and I say this sharing that I have hoped that we could have an assistant superintendent of special education since starting my time on the board. I think it is an unbelievably important position. However, how are we not looking at the position control and the inner workings and the challenges first before we bring in such a big ticket hire? What's the rationale behind assistant soup and then beginning this process as opposed to the other way around?
So there's two sides to that. One is, in our current organizational structure, the reorganization of special ed would be tasked the assistant superintendent of educational services. And when we look at the prior structures in VUSD, at one point we had sort of two heads in education, and then for a minute, we had the two heads in business. And so, but when we had the two heads in education, they weren't, just by my reading, they weren't specifically tasked with particular oversight and duties. So if we said assistant superintendent of special education and student services is specifically tasked with working with the fiscal team, working with the HR team, working with existing special education staff to reorganize the department to push all the services out to the schools and out of the central office. And that allows the educational team to keep the main thing, and focus on supporting classrooms, looking at overdue textbook and core literature adoptions, as we've been hearing about, to look at professional development and how we're supporting teachers. But also, we heard tonight, and I've heard from a number of folks I've met with, that in some classrooms, we have some, particularly our contracted staff, that aren't engaged in the daily support of the students they're tasked to work with. And this allows for a direct oversight of those issues in support of teachers, in support of guest teachers, in support of the site. We have particular special ed programs with great need where we haven't defined the program and the support it receives, and it's impacting a school site and classrooms. And it's so, but there is, just like you've said, there's a great argument to say, why would we do this now? But the data we have through today is that this is a great area of need for the district, and that post reorganization in special ed and looking at how student services is operating on the campuses, that we're going to find through the hiring frost positions we don't need to fill, which creates the savings over time. So it's unfortunately, and I know it feels fast for everybody, And I know it feels like, how do we know this? But everybody that I've spoken to has been very consistent around, we need to have a better understanding of how special ed's supporting schools first, the schools and the classrooms and teachers. And that's without reduction in services to students who need the most. And if we don't, and what we talk about, and I tell everybody, is your org chart and your budget tell you what your priorities are. And so if we have a lot of information from the system that says special education needs a lot of attention to better support schools in particular, then this is an organizational proposal that we believe will facilitate that. But we understand for some, it feels like cart, horse, cart, where do we start? But I'll also tell you that in my background and experience, sometimes we can discuss things for an entire year and then we come to the same conversation a year later. And in a system that's had a lot of trauma and a lot of things that have been very unsettling for our employees, for the community, this is an effort to say, we've been hearing you, but this organizational structure, we believe, is what it takes to get to what you need, which is the district office as a center of support for schools and not a place that's different from the day-to-day work of schools. And so our whole goal is we want the central office to be, and sort of colloquially, I say, instead of a central office person walks in the building and all the doors close because we know more work's coming, we want the central office to be a place where people feel comfortable calling. They know they're going to be responded to right away, especially for students, families, and staff first. And so this is a hard one, and it's a hard one for the community and a hard one for the trustees. And whatever the decision is, we're going to work just as hard. But this is a thought around why we're talking about this now and not in January and not in March and not next June.
Thank you. So I have a question on the fiscal stabilization plan. I am not used to seeing revenue enhancement in a fiscal stabilization plan. We've only ever done it as cost reductions. And I'll be honest, that makes me pretty nervous. So tell me a little bit more about the thinking there. I realize that especially next year, it's a pretty modest amount. But does this, I think what assumptions are baked into this also in terms of like COLA and unduplicated percentage? Like, is any of that also changing here?
I mean, well, we talked about the unduplicated count increasing, so that would definitely have an impact on supplemental funding.
Right. But is that baked into this?
No. Well, for revenue enhancement, that would be part of the strategy, though. If we're talking about getting, increasing lunch applications, increasing our unduplicated count, that's a strategy to enhance the revenue.
Okay.
And then of course, we're looking at also just local revenue in general, just having a true strategic plan to increase the donations and the revenue throughout the district. And so right now there's a great effort throughout the community, but we really need to get it together and like get leadership, that's going to support a bigger plan. And that we really believe that once that plan's in place, we would have goals set throughout the district, and that would be it would increase accordingly as well. And remember, the numbers are looking at 75%, of each of those. So we will have strategies in place as we look, and again, certain positions in place to support that would be like, the public information officer could support with, not only advertising for the district and increasing enrollment, which is revenue, but also being a conduit with our various donation and local organizations that donate money.
Yeah. So there were a couple of folks in public comment who brought up the public information officer responsibility on the enrollment and student recruitment side. What do we expect that to really be, and how much is that in terms of percentage of the job, right? How much is that person working with student services, for example, to help recruit students and make it easier for them to get into our district, or even families in Burbank to make it easier for them to choose Burbank Unified? Because I know that's an issue.
Yeah, I would tell you that one of the most important things that most public schools don't do is market to their own community. And we've heard, for example, from our preschool TK and kinder parents, there's a lot of confusion on how do I get into the after school program? Am I on a waiting list? Am I not on a waiting list? And so, yeah, from some people on the dais have had that question for us. So one of the things that a public information officer does is centralize the message and then gets the information of the, for example, A2B signups and dates, and is going to put that out on all the socials where all the different types of parents are. Some parents are on the Facebook, some are on the TikTok, some are, yeah, you can tell how good I am at social media, but to be on LinkedIn and to look at where are the parents and where do they receive their information. I know not a lot of people listen to terrestrial radio. Not a lot of people are getting the daily newspaper at home. They're getting an online version. So are we in the spaces we need to be where our parents are and our families are? And then the public information officer also helps us create a marketing plan and a branding plan so that I had a chance, and I want to thank Trustee Olson, to meet some kindergarten parents last Friday. All of them were on permits and all of them were employed locally for those permits. But for example, we haven't been working with Disney in their HR saying, here's our plan. If your parents want to go to BUSD schools, here's step 1, step 2, step 3, here's the before after school care. And so it's not just that we're putting out good news, which we will be, about all the cool stuff that kids and staff do in BUSD, but it's about having a strategic plan where, and that's myself with the PIO, and we're at these corporations meeting with their HR people saying, how can we talk to your employees and say, here's all our information. Here's when you send your application. Here's who to send it to. Here's when, and then on our end, we have to update, give ourselves deadlines to respond, make sure people have the right info. And that's just with local employers. There's a huge community of folks, because you have to commute all over LA if they come here to Burbank for work, and they'd love to have their children right next door in a school in case something good or bad is going on. Like, that's space we have to provide, but it's hard to task a school office assistant to do that, or an elementary school principal to do that, because they have a lot of other responsibilities. So when we say PIO generates student enrollment, it's not just that we have one and more people come. It's that we have to be, 1, create the plan, and then 2, market the plan in these different spaces where we know there are people knocking on our door, but we're just not answering yet. And they're saying, how do I get there? And then when they don't find out, there's questions. I was a lot of the, we have an initial study on birth rate and demographics that I have been working on a little bit. I haven't been able to share it a lot, but we're looking at right now, just colloquially, and we can't present you the data, but we're having like a bleed out of students from grade K to grade 1. And we know that if we can do more parent outreach, parent mixer activities, we can reach out to their employers, that the parents will be our best marketing team if they have a great experience with us, and that they'll be telling, it still works, that we provide somebody a great user experience, then they're going to tell somebody who's going to want to come in the door. And we have space, because declining enrollment creates space in the schools. So it's really, these are things we can't unwind, but if we have the right positions in place, we're set to do the work. And then, just 10 additional students pays for the PIO position, but really the goal isn't 10 additional students, a couple social media posts. It's really a comprehensive communications plan that would be presented to the board that is a revenue enhancement. And it helps, you know, and what I've learned over a long period of time is parents now need a lot more. They need questions answered and they need timely responses and they need to know today because they have a lot of decisions to make. And there was a time in public schools where we kind of sit back and say, hey, we're great. Be here or don't be here. And that time has long since passed. And we know all our parents have private as a choice, charter as a choice. The BUSD is a great choice, but we can't, as good as we've been, we have to really put forward. And I had a principal tell me with his students, the Gen Z high schoolers that are coming now, he said, they'll still do everything we want them to do. We just have to tell them why, and then they're good. And we didn't have to do that in the past. And so our parents are very much the same. They, well, come live with us. It's gonna be a great experience. Well, why? Well, here's our plan. Okay, I'll come. And this is and so all of these things weave together.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm glad to see. I mean, what I see this as is essentially like what the goal is for this person. And maybe that's aggressive for like an enrollment-based goal. But it's also fairly achievable given the lack of activity that we've had in that space of actually doing outreach, right? And so I think when it doesn't necessarily need to match up with this, because I know we're also going to be doing, hey, actually show up to school once you've enrolled and just please sign up for, the lunch program, et cetera. But when we do get that marketing plan, I'd like to see a goal associated with like, what are we trying to do here? Because I do think if we actually reach out to people in our community and who work in our community and who have lived in our community for a long time, maybe have grandkids who live in other places. Let's make sure we bring that one back. That like we can really stem the tide, right? So are we going to need to do, this is totally unrelated. I know we have to do HCM. I know you want to do BEST early. Were we going to need to transition to BEST anyway, and we're just trying to do it earlier? Or was BEST not required?
It's not required to do the best requisition of PO system, although we do have access to it. So
no,
so
I mean, the price is right? It's essentially much less expensive than doing Workday or any sort of ERP, right?
It'll operationally enhance efficiencies and overall and throughout the district.
Okay, great. Another question I had was, I was surprised to hear that we want to get our staff spending under 80%. I don't know that I'd ever heard that particular number. I tend to think of us as mostly like built on staffing. What else are we supposed to be spending our money on for the other 20% if we're supposed to get it under 80?
So 80 is a typical goal, but not necessarily what we would reach. But when you hear staff come to you and they say, we're using a math textbook from 10 years ago, when you have staff come to you and say, I can't get the same number of classroom supplies I used to receive.
Got it.
When we're looking at annual equipment replacement for high school uniforms, bats, balls, pads, helmets, all the things, then that's what's in that 20% between staffing, salary, benefits, and the balance of the district budget. But also in that 20% needs to be money put away for reserves. It needs to be deferred maintenance, regular maintenance. And so when the amount of staff, for example, it makes sense that if we are at 89,
that definitely makes sense.
And even at 86, what that means is that we don't have to replace that textbook if we don't have that money, but we do need to have highly qualified staff. And so as we address the overall need of the district by looking at position control, we're not on a mission to drop to 80%, but we're on a mission is we need to have the money available to provide regular curriculum and textbook adoptions, to do supplies, and then And what we don't want to rely on is the good hearts of our donors to provide things over time that dollar amount doesn't allow us to provide.
Yep.
So I think we've heard a lot in public comment. And again, just circling back, like the PIO is somebody who helps us thank donors, helps us organize thank you events and make sure that because people don't have to donate. So if we see that negative and that other local revenue, and typically we receive, 1.5 million or more in donations, and this year it's 1.2, then that's part of our question, answer, and marketing push. And how are people feeling about donating to the district? And so we won't aim for 80%, but the more efficient we are with all our systems, the more money we can free up to do non-personnel, which is all these other things that people are really need over time.
I guess I would just make sure, and I think we're aligned here, but I want to say it out loud anyway, that we wouldn't be like, hey, our staffing cost is under 80% because we've essentially replaced all of these people with like consultants or agencies or whatever it is. And I don't think
and the goal is less consultants. So.
Right. That's what it sounds like anyway. And then I think my last one is, I've been, pretty vocal about wanting to really only, spend money on new positions if we have new ongoing funds, right? So we're getting about $5 million, I think you said, in new ongoing funds from the COLA. The super COLA, sorry. Augmented COLA. And then another, now I've forgotten.
Another 5 million in sped.
And then another 5 million in sped.
Yeah, and then the one time that we already had that we haven't spent yet was the 4.2 million in the Student Success and Professional Development Grant. There's going to be another grant that's coming that's upwards to it's significantly more.
But the only ongoing one there is the super COLA.
Correct. In the sped dollar.
The sped is ongoing. That's great. Sorry, go ahead. Do you have a question?
I just thought this.
Sorry, super COLA is an augmentation for 1 year only. The 2.87 of that is the ongoing. So we got this COLA, but that percent, remember, is all percent. So we got the percent. So if we get 2.7 the next year, but remember, we had this one-time extra percent. And it's called augmentation.
Right.
Thank you. You're right.
So how much is ongoing funding going into the next year?
So that for the going into next year is that we got 10 million more dollars.
That will be ongoing. Okay.
I thought the sped was only so many years.
I can double check, but I thought it was ongoing as well.
Okay.
Okay. And so what, in terms of positions, we've got our, like, what would be, I know we haven't approved yet the assistant superintendent of SPED and the wellness counselors, or bringing back the assistant principals, right? Are those the main positions that we haven't yet kind of approved coming back? Do we need to approve the assistant principals coming back, by the way, or is that just a budget decision?
That would be within the district's adopted budget. So tonight we're taking input and feedback. Those positions are all currently in the budget that's being previewed tonight. And then if we, for example, decided not to go ahead with assistant special ed, then that money would fall back into that one-time pot of money that's not been spent for next year.
Okay. Okay. Other questions from my colleagues?
But we do want to mention that we have been working with CSEA on some new classified positions that we've currently budgeted for, but we're waiting for the finalization of the 610 process from CSEA. And those are the 2 athletic trainers. Those are a position control analyst who's essentially an accountant for the position control system, and then a multimedia specialist. So those positions are budgeted, but they will come to you for job description approval and approval to be included in the district on the 25th. But we have, and then try not to be all over the place, but basically athletic trainers is a service you could provide eventually through the LCAP. Some districts do that because it's an enhanced service over and above. And all the students have the opportunity to participate in athletics. Not all students have the opportunity to get training support, injury review, what their medical insurance status is. So in many districts, athletic trainers are an LCAP expense over time.
Interesting. I lost it. You go ahead.
Yeah.
I had one and it's gone.
I know, similar. It's the trains of thought. I was wondering about the process for these individual roles. So those additional CSEA positions are in this budget, as I assumed. To bring back the assistant principals that we've already cut, what does that process look like?
So whenever you give a layoff notice, you can rescind the layoff notice at any time because employees who are laid off from a classified or a certificated position have a 39-month right to return to the position from which they were laid off. So that's 3 years and 3 years and 3 months. And so, for example, if we didn't bring assistant principals back in this budget, and a year from now, things improved and we brought these positions back, we have to go to those employees that were given the notice and offer them the position. So there's, if the money's available and it's budgeted, the employee just gets a letter of rescission, meaning we've rescinded your layoff, please report to work on X date at X site. So if they're included in the budget and the budget's approved, then we issue a rescission notice and the person comes back to work.
And if they have already moved on and gotten another job, do we just fly the position or what is the
Well,
process?
First, we would go through the hiring frost review and say, is there another position that where an employee would move to this, like promote internally and then, and look to do
Consolidate.
that.
Okay.
But if that's the need, then yes, we would look to fill that position.
And I just, this is not a question, it's more of a comment and discussion. With the assistant principals, like knowing that we did such a full audit of need staffing and that was the first on the list, right? I'm looking at all of these new initiatives, all of this leadership coming in, doing evaluation of staffing and looking where needs are. And I'm like, what if we find additional need? Like I completely respect the need for a hiring frost and not wanting to go beyond that. But what if we discover through all of this process this year, just need for additional roles that maybe bump priority over an assistant principal, or even just the need for creativity on like we're finding needs in other ways and we want programming, different other things. I'm just wanting to think about that money and if there's other better need for it. Is anyone else on the same wavelength of kind of where we are? Only because, again, if we were to have to just do this whole process over, those were the numbers based on enrollment that we can't sustain. And so I'm just wondering if we decide to maybe relook at this budget without the assistant principals and save that cash for a potential something else. I'm curious how everyone feels about that, but what is the process for that?
What the train of thought that I lost and came back to me goes along with that, which is like this budget does not include any, we know we haven't closed bargaining for this year. We're going to need to bargain next year. And this does not include any raises for staff. And we got a super COLA. So we know that, and our bargaining partners have not gotten a raise in this a number of years. So we can anticipate that that is what we are, and I don't want to like bargain in public, right? But we know that that's something that will be asked for, and we're not leaving ourselves a lot of wiggle room here to be able to respond when that's the request at the bargaining table, or am I missing something there?
So we've been talking about that, and the need to improve employee compensation is going to be at the top of our priority list. We believe that, and sort of answer your question. So by running these positions on the one-time money, and because we didn't spend any of this year's one-time money, we could actually fund these for 3 years before we needed to make a commitment to another funding source if we chose to do that. So we're booking the positions in the one time that's available, 4.2 million, basically $3 million, $1 million over 3 school years, so that we can examine what the needs are, be flexible and creative, and again, look for aligned funding sources that allow for these services. But we think that there's going to be some flexibility once the state budget's finalized for us to prioritize employee compensation. And again, we don't want to talk out of school, but we talk about that a lot. And how can we find a way to do something ongoing, something one time maybe, but we know that's a priority. You've heard it tonight. We've heard it from all the folks that we're talking to. We're cognizant of our placement regionally in salary, and that's got to be a priority for us. And so with and that's why the levers in the budget where we find other non-general fund sources to fund programs free up money in the ongoing general fund for us to consider enhancing employee compensation over time. So we think there's a path forward there, but we have to, but again, a big mover and shaker for us is what bills come in between July 1 and September 1 that impact our planning in that respect. But it's not something that we haven't been discussing in the context of how this budget's being built, because it's on the top of everybody's list.
Okay. Ms. Cano?
Just in terms of what if we get a surprise in August? How will that then affect those positions?
Well, we would bring the board some options, and like Dr. Hasty is saying, the one-time money we received this year, the 4 million, was because the state shorted us on Prop 98, $1.9 billion. This 4 million should have been ongoing money for all the districts, including ours. This year, it still looks like, as a legislature's budget dropped on Monday, they are moving ahead with Governor Newsom's plan to short us the $3.8 billion. And when we look at that for next year, that would have made another $900 per student, which would be about an additional $12 million in ongoing revenue for BUSD. They're going to give that money to us in one time. And if we got a surprise in terms of bills that came in between July 1 and September 1, then we will have a funding source in a new one-time money, which may be as much as $7 to $11 million for BUSD to fix that problem and then fix the system that's creating that problem. So there is a contingency plan that we could use the one-time money to problem solve that particular problem if necessary, because the amount of one-time money is we've never seen this money come in one time, because they're trying to make us feel better about taking away our ongoing funding. So if you look at this year, we got 4.1 off of 1.9. They increased the COLA by 4%. And then you can look at the dollars per student on the one time that's proposed, somewhere between $926 and $978 per student. If you multiply that by 13,000, you get a general idea of what our one-time fund would be coming in. That's going to be confirmed when the state approves on June 30. And so the other thing they're doing is they actually shortchanged us in the amount of money they gave us this year. They only gave us 11 payments instead of 12 payments. The state did. And so we're getting payment number 12 for this year, next year in July. Well, next year we'll receive 13 payments. And if you were around like in 08, when the budget went bad, and they said, we'd rather owe you than cheat you out of it, and it took us 11 years to get all the money back, those are called deferrals. And so the current year budget included a deferral for this 12th payment to all school districts. But because the state's got so much money coming in, they're going to pay back this year's deferral in the first month So we actually get 13 payments for 2026, 27.
Great.
I'll submit the questions for another time.
Okay. Dr. Weisberg.
When we were initially talking about eliminating the APs, I didn't vote for it because I was concerned that we hadn't done our due diligence as far as looking for other places, which I think speaks to Ms. Olson's point. But I'm wondering if, I know that whenever you ask a school site, they're all going to say every position is the most important, right? Because that's their job, is to advocate for everybody that's employed in their site. But I would love us to think about ways in which, as we move forward, to a degree of that it is reasonable, because we're already doing these conversations with our union partners, but checking in with our sites to make sure that we really understand the human impact of proposed cuts. Because I think for me, the APs are especially at the high school, how they would have been able to survive, or how they will be able to survive if we don't end up bringing them back. What we're asking them to do feels almost insurmountable without it creating a very serious impact. And I say that despite knowing that we need to be very, very thoughtful fiscally about what we're bringing back and what we're not. But I think it would behoove all of us to involve people on the site level, whether it's in whatever department proposed cuts might impact, that we're having these conversations so that we're better informed when we're making these decisions, because we're the ones eventually who do, to your point, approve layoffs, right? And I want to feel, even if any layoff is going to be difficult, right? But I want to feel as confident as I can that it's the right one for the right reasons. Which isn't to imply that I don't think that this is not a reflection on you at all. But I think we talked about this a bunch, about how I was just nervous that we could have found that money elsewhere as opposed to eliminating those APs.
Yeah, and I don't think you're too far off on what we've been finding so far with a new budget team. But also one of the things that we'll do next year is have, again, in the superintendent's report, we'll sort of have a fiscal slide where we talk about progress meeting to meeting and some of these topics and goals. So just so we can update the board and the public on how we're progressing. And if we have that emergency and we get, X millions of dollars in overtime that we weren't accounting for, then we'll be talking about that before you see it in unaudited actuals to give the preview. We talked in June, here's the consequence of unbudgeted overtime. And now here's a result, and here's our plan to remedy. And the same thing as we look at programmatic needs at schools. And again, I know this is counterintuitive to how the community is feeling right now, but we need to start from the school and work back to the district office. And I know that feels opposite of what we're actually talking about here as we get into consideration of approval of budget. But we think that that's how we get to this very firm resolve that the sites where it happens, the district supports that. And so organizational review includes reviewing all positions in the district, not just positions at the sites.
Okay. Just to kind of close us out on this one, back when we did second interim, we were also revising our board goals that night. Because we had set a goal in January that was like, hey, maybe we won't even need a fiscal stabilization plan. And so at that point we said, okay, let's set a realistic goal. And the target that we gave you was to cut the unrestricted deficit in half. And it seems like that's what the team has done. And I just want to really, I don't think any of us thought that would be achievable, frankly, because so much of our budget is spent on people, and because we have never talked about looking at revenue as part of a fiscal stabilization plan. one half of a budget and we've literally never talked about it. And so I just really want to commend the team who is all pretty new, at just like really taking that challenge on. Because I'm seeing a lot of progress. And I really appreciate it. Because we didn't have to do the hard work other than set the goal. So thanks for making us look good. But thank you for a very long discussion about this budget.
Yeah, thank you. Put that man in energy.
All right.
May I just, Madam President?
Yes.
So when it comes to discussion between the board and any changes, what does that look like? Other than what we've provided and the insight here?
Discussion,
Is there any
like, what
directive?
you would like to give to them to make?
Yes. Do we discuss this as?
Well, this is not an action item.
Right.
So we can't vote on it. Help me.
So what we would do is what we hope to do as we move ahead with the new team is that we've taken notes on what the discussion has been. And then obviously the next meeting's coming fast. So we anticipate the agenda would be released Monday afternoon. But we would really encourage trustees to reach out to Dr. Macias and I about what information can we provide in advance of the approval of the budget based on what you've heard tonight. And then what we can do is just try and get that info out to all trustees in a way that's within the Brown Act. If someone asks a question, we can answer the question and provide the information to all trustees as long as trustees don't create a discussion about it. But we can do that one-way informational communication. So we would tell you to please to call to set those times, and then we'll provide the information so that the board can make an informed decision about this. And we're going to continue to be candid with you about where we are, but also, I've told at least 3 people today that we're going to be all right. And 2, that this is the beginning of an entirely new process for the board, with a new team coming into place, and that we're going to hold ourselves to a high standard in terms of delivering on these items that we asked for approval on. And so I think the hard part, and again, because of the trauma, we can't say, trust us, because that doesn't work. But what we're trying to show is competence. And you've seen that in our new fiscal team building the budget to this point. We know competence that we can demonstrate builds confidence that becomes trust over time. And so what we're saying is let us back up these decisions with some competent efforts and communications. And then we are always able to, and again, that's why we're starting with some of these, even though it's not totally sense making. When we start on one-time funding, what we're saying is, we think this is a great idea, but if it is a great idea, then we're going to move it into a permanent ongoing funding source. But we could fund it for three years if we needed to, with the existing resources and not touching the general fund. So, but please bring the questions, the communications, and we will turn around everything before we get to next week.
Great. All right, 8, public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing for 8A, public hearing on the 26-27 local control and accountability plan. Would anyone like to speak on the local control and accountability plan? All right. Would anyone like to speak on the public hearing of the proposed budget for 26-27? Waiting. Okay, thank you. And then I will close. We can't do virtual for this one. I will close public comment or close the public hearing. All right, thank you. 9, new and unfinished business. 9A, the first reading of the 26-27 Burbank Unified School District local control funding formula and local control and accountability plan. Dr. Robin Anders.
Give me 1 second to get my presentation up. Make it forward. For those of you at home, we're just taking a minute and then we will proceed with this item. That's what I do to people.
No, hang out.
All right. 9A, first reading of our 26-27 LCAP. Dr. Anders, thank you for your patience while we took care of our needs.
President Ponser Kamkar, members of the board, staff, community, parents, students. I'm here to present our plan for the 2026-2027 school year. Part of the plan is also reflecting on our performance this school year, closing out our current plan. As indicated previously, next year is a prime opportunity for us to really look at our LCAP as we will be entering into a new 3-year cycle. So if you've been familiar with our LCAP over the course of this year and previous years, it is a 3-year plan. We try not to make too many significant changes to the plan within those 3 years. Some pieces of the plan cannot be changed, but we do make adjustments annually. And so that's what we're here to do today, is just talk about rolling our plan from this year to next year before we start a new 3-year cycle. So first, I want to just identify something unique to this school year is some instructional goals that were emphasized unique to this school year. And they were incorporated into our LCAP as being able to monitor specific metrics within our LCAP plan to see if we were making progress on these instructional goals. You can see here that the primary focuses were early literacy, middle school math progression, and college and career readiness. The last one, college and career readiness, has been one we've been speaking about for multiple years and identified as an area of growth for our district with our population and our performance. So these slides give specific metrics and updates on those areas, starting with our early literacy. This is an area that we're glad we're focused on. We do think that the last couple of years have significantly impacted our early learners, students that came to us in kinder first, just in the last few years. And a lot of these students lost opportunities to have in-person instruction, preschool. Also just the fact that everyone was wearing masks and they have language barriers because and research indicates that being able to see a person's mouth helps produce language and replicate language. So we have some gaps for our kids that are coming to us new. We want to make sure that we're addressing those and doing the best that we can. An area that's new this year that we're harnessing the data from to really improve our academic outcomes is the early literacy screener. That's a state required assessment in grades K1 and 2. We've chosen the M-Class DIBELS assessment suite. It gives us very prescriptive data to be able to identify where there's gaps in students' reading skills and work to address those. So we're excited about that data and what we can do with it going forward, and have really embraced it as part of our assessment system. The next one is the middle school math progression. This is very exciting. Next week, I'll get to prepare or present local indicators. But I'm going to just share some early results already. So from the previous years, we increased our math scores 6% on CASP. We're going to increase our CASP scores in middle school this year again by 4%. So that's a 10% increase in our CASP scores the last 2 years.
That's such a big deal. I just want to stop. It's a big deal and it's a good big deal. Check it out, y'all. Huge congrats. That's all. I just wanted to stop and acknowledge something awesome that took huge work and is positive.
So if you've been with us the last couple of years, our math collaborative, the work we've been doing there, I have to give a shout out to our leadership team that's really spearheaded by Greg Eberhardt. We're going to be expanding that a little bit next year because we see that the results are there. And so part of that is to make him available to more sites and also to assist with our math adoption. So we're looking at a textbook adoption and making sure that all of the work that we've done and the consistency that we've built across our classrooms and vertical alignment is going to be reflected in any textbook adoption that we do. At the same time, we also want to continue to support and really expand that vertical alignment all the way down to kindergarten when students start. Our elementaries have been doing phenomenal work with their math screeners and partners as well. So we want to make that seamless across elementary and secondary. Oop, I skipped one.
Another area of success, marginally, but it's success, is our A through G rate. We're creeping up. We're going in the right direction. We set a lofty goal of trying to increase these about 2% over 3 years each year, so a total of 6%. So we knocked it out of the park with math and went way above and beyond, but we're still chipping away at this and we're headed in the right direction. And we continue to hope that we can make progress in this. Something that's exciting is we've worked with our graduation requirements to be able to allow seniors to drop to 5 periods in the fall. And part of that requirement is to be on track for one of these metrics, including this. So we hope that motivates and provides reward for students that are not just prepared themselves to graduate, but also have identified a college or career indicator or are A through G eligible. So total summary of all of our metrics across all of our goals. You can see where we stand at the end of the year. I just used the same slide that we did at the mid-year. We'd have no longer any metrics to be determined. And we've met 53 of our metrics. We're on track. Can't guarantee that we're going to hit the final goal, but we're in the right direction on all of those. We have 11 in instructional services, our instructional goal. Most of those are English language arts. That's where we've seen a little bit of struggle, and you saw that in that slide with our early literacy students. And then we've only missed in one metric in our goal 2 and goal 3. So overall, we're making a lot of progress with what we've intended to do with our LCAP. Quick budget update. We discussed this earlier, and the vision that we've had for the last year or two with our LCAP is very aligned to what Dr. McCoy and Dr. Hasty are discussing about increasing our unduplicated count and population. You can see that our total enrollment has gone down the last couple of years, but our unduplicated population has actually increased. So that echoes what they were stating of families in need, and that the number of families that need that support is increasing in our community. We've also campaigned and done a lot of work with our food services program to be able to make the process a lot less cumbersome for families to receive additional benefits. Also really addressed a misconception within the community that students get to eat for free. So why do I need to complete an application? It's more than meals. And that's been our campaign for the last 2-3 years, more than meals. And so tonight's a big night with adopting our budget. So if families are listening at home, your meal application doesn't only contribute to the meal that your child eats at school, it contributes to services and our ability to fund positions at our schools. So every application matters. There's a lot of fertile ground at secondary, especially our high school. I just want to point out that all 3 of our middle schools are Title I schools, which means they have over 35% population of low income, but yet our high schools are not identified as such. And so what that tells me is those same families and students are matriculating up. I don't think the income has changed as they move on to high school. I think we just have fewer applications from those families and those students. So that's an area of focus for me. And I think that's one that is going to bring in more revenues that we discussed, is to look at our high schools and make sure we're getting those applications from those families. I just want to clarify one thing about this slide on duplicated count. We talked about this previously, but just for clarity, anybody doing the math on this slide, you can see that our free and reduced meal program, for example, increased by about 500 students from 24-25 to 25-26, but our total unduplicated count did not increase by that amount. That's because these students may meet other categories, right? So if they're low income, they may also be homeless or foster, or they may also be English, but they still only count once in our total unduplicated account. So that's why that term is there. And it's just also an explanation of how our funding comes in. It's only additional funding per student, not per category that they qualify through. One other piece to this too is these populations bring in the funding. This is how we have to spend these funds. So our LCAP does include the vision and goals for all of our entire district and our entire budget, but really our LCAP is focused on the supplemental funds that we receive that are generated by this population and need to be spent to increase and improve services for this population. So I know we do have some competing demographics that are just as in need of support and services, such as our special ed population. But they're not included in this. They don't bring in the revenues and they aren't necessarily included in this unless they meet one of these criteria already listed. The next slide shows the history of our LCAP. So we have had a significant carryover in previous years. These funds were accumulated during when we were receiving ESSER funds and other COVID dollars, COVID-19 funds. It allowed us to set aside our supplemental funding and use one-time funding before those funds expired. So that's what created those high carryover amounts. Just in the last 2 years, as those COVID-19 one-time funds were exhausted, we've been spending down our carryover, and I'm really excited to say that just in this last year, we've stabilized our budget. So our expenditures just match our revenues. And I think that's something that we're looking at doing as a district overall, and we've been able to accomplish it with our supplemental fund. So this is a breakdown specifically of how we fund our goals. So the vast amount of our budget is spent in instructional services and our instructional goal, making sure all students are college and career ready. That's to the tune of 10 million. We also spend 1.5 million on educational services. These are things like counseling services and special programs such as our SOAR program and Monterey teachers that serve students with high needs of, there's more support than just instructional. They need wraparound support to be successful in school. Our last goal is our personnel services goal that we expend supplemental funds towards. And this is to primarily focused on DEI work of creating a diverse workforce, supporting that initiative on our campuses and giving our staff opportunities to support the community in that effort. So you can see how those totals add up from our budgeted and our estimated actuals for this school year, and where we were able to identify that we anticipate a carryover of $763,000, which is very consistent with the carryover we had previously. I want to make sure that we dedicated a slide to learning recovery educational block grant funds. We spent all of our grant funds, but not all districts did. And so what we are receiving are additional funds. These are funds that were unspent. There was actually a lawsuit with the state of California to make sure that these funds were reallocated, as that was what they were earmarked for. And so this is the state reallocating all the unspent funds from various districts across the state. So these are additional to Burbank. These are not the original learning recovery block grant funds we received. So with that comes new accountability and a new plan on how to spend those funds. And what the state and county determined is that we need to incorporate them into our LCAP. We would have had a choice this year to mid-year change our LCAP to be able to spend funds in this calendar year, but we felt the need that these funds would be better used going forward, as opposed to trying to make, I guess, a very split second decision on how to use those funds and put them in place. Also, we were in a very stable position with our budget this year, and that wasn't a necessity. So what we intend to do with these funds is increase our professional development over the next 2 years, because these funds are going to be distributed over a 3-year span. There is a need to do this. Our staffing costs have increased, but if you've been with us with LCAP over the last 6 years, really, we have never increased that professional development dollar. So we are falling further and further behind in how we fund that PD. And so this is allowing us to catch up, at least for the next 2 years, to that. And again, next year, we'll revisit this entire plan. We can determine what we do going forward, but that's the intent as of today and for next year. So what we will do is combine the total dollar amount that we will receive in funding and spend half of that next year, and then repurpose the remaining half the following year, or continue to fund this professional development time for our staff. That brings me sort of to the end of my summary slides. Do want to indicate to anyone at home that had not had a chance to review the agenda that we did include very specific slides on all of our metrics. So you can look at each individual metric under each goal. And you can also look at all of the anticipated expenditures for next year, as far as what the positions, the action items that we will be funding. I do want to point out that all of these are staying status quo for one more year. So we have not made any adjustments as far as eliminations or additions to our actions. We may have adjusted the funding a little bit. One area that I want to point out that we adjusted funding was previously we would put a large lump sum of funding towards English learners into one specific action. And that included instructional aids at both elementary and secondary. Over the last couple of years, we've made additional investments into instructional aids. So rather than have those be split across two different action items, it was determined that we should just put all instructional aids into one action for elementary, all instructional aids into one action for secondary, and then just keep all of the other English language learner expenditures into that action. So you see that action go way down, but you also see the instructional aid costs go way up. We haven't changed anything. We're just being more transparent about what the actual cost is for our instructional aids at our school sites. So that's one example of an adjustment made in the budget, but really we want to stay the course and really dive in next year with the new 3-year plan to say, hey, do we want to change some of these goals? Do we want to add a goal? Do we want to look at our actions and really do a reorganization of our LCAP? I think the timing's right with Dr. McCoy coming in, Dr. Hasty, and the leadership they're providing to really have that conversation. So that's my presentation, and I would love to have any further discussion about our LCAP.
Thank you, Dr. Anders. Dr. Weisberg.
I had a question about our unduplicated pupil count, and you may not be able to answer this, but it actually speaks to something we were talking about earlier in regards to how we make sure everyone is signing up for free and reduced lunch. So I think that Melinda and the whole team in student services has done a phenomenal job with helping identify the student populations that fall into these categories. But I noticed a couple of things that I wondered if you could speak to, which is our EL count went down by a fair amount. And I wonder if we've done any exploration into any connection between like ICE activity and immigration enforcement and students and families staying home. And if that's something that we can explore. And also noticed a really big jump in homeless students, but not one in foster youth. And so I guess I'm just wondering how we're accurately collect. The implication is not that it's being done incorrectly. It's a big jump in all of those things. So I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about those.
It's a really great question, and one that I would love to take. I'm going to take the time to explain because
Please.
I was thinking about explaining this anyway, but didn't want to extend the presentation too long. All of this data is based off of a snapshot. So in October 5th, Seabeds Day is when we took the data this year. It's a snapshot in time. So it's based off of any student that's enrolled at that time, and it's based off of their status at that time. So one of the important aspects of the free and reduced meal lunch application is we have to have that application turned in October. And if you turn it in November, December, January, February, we can't count it towards this funding. It's too late. Now, they'll still get the benefit of some of the other services, but it does not contribute to LCAP funding. So that's why we push for all students we really push really hard at parent data confirmation when students re-enroll in that first 2 months of school. Like, we need it now, otherwise it doesn't help us. Along with that, our foster and homeless populations, those are very transient populations. And so we don't serve only 13 foster students at the Burbank Unified. We've served a lot more students. We just so happen to have 13 foster students on that specific day. Same with homeless. Probably almost twice that amount over the course of the year. It's just that at that snapshot, that's how many we had enrolled at that time. English learners, I would say, we don't have any hard data to tell that story. The amount of immigration has slowed, and we've been able to reclassify students. So if we're not, the thing with English learners is sometimes doing a really good job of reclassifying hurts your funding. And the state's gotten privy to that and made some sort of compliance things in place to, including LTEL. They're monitoring LTELs very closely because they're concerned that
What's an LTEL, Dr. Anders?
an LTEL is a long-term English learner. Thank you. To make sure that districts are doing right by kids and reclassifying them and not kicking the can down the road to receive additional funding. So we've reclassified a lot of students. Our immigrant population has decreased slightly. When that comes with that is the amount of English learners is not, we basically haven't filled the new seats with the ones that we've been able to move forward. One other piece to that that's due to is that for us to receive Title III immigration funds, we have to show growth. And this will be this year is the first year we weren't able to show growth in that population. So we won't be eligible to receive Title III immigration funds for next year.
Ms. Khanna.
Okay. On the instructional goals for third grade literacy, looking at the socioeconomically disadvantaged went down 1.1%, but it's measured, the difference was that one was measured in iReady and then the next year is measured in STAR. Are we confident that those are pretty equal?
It's a bit apples to oranges. They both benchmark nationally and towards the CASP state assessment when they try to determine their proficiency levels, their proficiency bands. So as much as possible, they try to be consistent in that sense. But yeah, the data is better when we are using the same assessment year after year. And part of that is a financial decision. iReady was getting more and more expensive. You've seen some headlines about iReady the last year or two, or actually just the last couple of months, especially. And so we wanted to move in a different direction and what was going to best serve our community and our students. And so it would be nice to have that consistency, but STAR's meeting our needs better.
Okay, it's just a question on that. My second question then was, the third graders then, they did have a 5%, because a decrease then. Do we know why? And then in ELA, and then also do we have, that was between 23 and 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. Do we know how we did this year? Any ideas? Because I know a lot of the numbers have come in. So
I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't disaggregated that far down to each grade level yet. Sorry. It just
He
came.
only knows middle school math.
Oh, no.
Only the good news.
I was telling the kids, open up, Sadie.
I do. Well, I could tell you that elementary in general has stayed. They've been they're the same. So you'll see next week when I talk about elementary, our preliminary CASP results for elementary is that we didn't have any movement down or up.
And then my last question was
Specifically to English language arts.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, right. And then just my last question was looking and seeing with what we're doing with the college and career readiness, just in terms of with the monies that we've got. I know in the past we've never basically looked at like something like the AVID program because it's just too expensive for us to implement. But with these funds, would this be something that we might consider looking at?
Which funds are you talking specifically about?
The monies that we've got coming in, the
Learning Recovery Block Grant or one of those, or even within LCAP?
anything.
Well, it could be it could be a conversation within LCAP of regardless of supplemental funding or not. And is your question specific to the AVID program?
I am, because just in terms of, it's so specific looking at helping kids understand the A through G requirements, looking at that. And once it becomes really implemented in the schools, it kind of the way whole thing, it started in San Diego and spread internationally. And I've just seen what it's done at my school.
We've had a few situations over the past couple of years where AVID has sort of bubbled up as a conversation for us to look at implementing. I think one of the concerns about us adopting Avid as a program is that it is sort of a beast because it's self-feeding and so it becomes the focus for our district, and that's a hard choice to make. Is if we can only fit so much on the plate sometimes, and if that's the priority, then we know other things are going to get squeezed out a little bit. And so I think part of our planning has been to look more specifically at our NIF academies and some of the CTE programming we have, because as soon as you bring in a program like Avid, you start to see enrollments and some of those other things drop. So
I can see.
I'm not saying one is better than the other. I think we've already made some headway in some of these areas that makes us a little cautious to just bring in that program without really thinking long-term about its impact on other programs that we already provide.
Good. Thank you.
Ms. Olson?
Thank you. You actually prompted a question for me about iReady versus STAR. I was curious, I was just kind of curious if their percentage data is based on their existing user population, or if it's based on any kind of natural norm, kind of like nationally. I know some programs that are like intervention type programs use their own internal data to decide percentages. I was just curious if that was a difference in the two of them.
They offer us to set our own band, like proficiency bands, or we look more locally.
Look locally, okay.
The ones that I'm indicating here are their nationally normed bands. The data that they have is only the students' populations across that use their platform, right?
Yeah.
So I think where they try to calibrate unintentionally across with each other is calibrating their proficiency versus how kids actually score on the CASP assessment.
Okay.
So what they all try to do is predict and say, if your kid scored proficiency on our exam, we can predict that they'll be proficient or not on the CASP assessment. So I think that's where they get more in line
Where the
with each
data's come
other.
from. Okay, that's actually really helpful. One of my questions was about like the professional development strategy. Is it Kagan?
Kagan.
Can you, I just don't know much about it. Do we have any like data so far on its effectiveness and kind of it being the
Is it in the document somewhere, or is that outside
Did
of
I
the?
miss it? I mean, like
No.
I read it somewhere.
Okay.
Was it the LCAP first reading? This is not that?
It is.
It is.
I was just asking if Kagan was brought up because it was in somewhere in the plan.
It has to be somewhere in here
jumped
because
out
I don't
to
know
you?
where else
Okay.
I would have found it.
Kagan strategies are engagement strategies, so they work across all classrooms. So that's one of the benefits of doing Kagan professional development is it's totally accessible and usable for any teacher, any classroom. Sometimes when you do professional development in other areas, it has primary context in one subject area, and it's
Not
hard
across
for some of the other subject areas to really utilize that PD. So that's one of the benefits of Kagan for sure. Kagan strategies are engagement strategies. So what Kagan does is it gives very clear instructional strategies. That's not curriculum. It's instructional strategies on how to do like an exit ticket, how to do a warm-up activity, but also even within the lesson, things like think, pair, share, they're very structured. And then the idea is that you do them with on non-instructional material for kids to really learn the structure of how to engage with each other. And then you do it with something within the curriculum or actually within the subject matter. And then they've already got this. They don't have to worry about the process. They've got the process down and can really have a robust conversation with their peers about the curriculum.
Yeah, I guess my question was just, is it like a program, like who's facilitating it? Like, are we spending the additional monies on that? I guess I can't remember where I saw it, but it just seemed like that was like the go-to when we're talking about professional development. It was just kind of.
It's talked about in a more general, it's on page 52 of the PDF where it just literally says twice,
The district continues to endorse Kagan strategies and offers teachers many points of access to be trained during the regular school year. And then it says PD development. It says PD for Kagan classroom technology training. That's it.
I think why that was included is that's a very clear example of some of the professional development that we offer.
Yeah.
Not the only, yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Oh. Do you have more?
Is it?
Yeah.
Dr. Andrews, this was a lovely presentation. I'm going to let you guys finish answering these questions. I have a family kind of emergency. I'm about to lose my babysitter. So, but like a for real one. So thank you so much for all of this. I have questions about how we ended up with so much carryover that I will email you. Thank you.
I have a song prepared. Ms. Cano, your question.
Oh.
Well, she's leaving. Now you can. I don't know what this means, so.
These are the things we need to. My question just was regarding professional development, because when I looked here and saw how much were you taking from LCAP money to pay for professional development. Didn't we, wasn't it like, it's about $1 million, right? And it's professional development day, 1 million. Do we spend 1 million in one day?
Yes.
Oh, and how do we go about?
Well, we spend over $1 million on one day at
Well,
this point.
I guess my question is, what kind of accountability, what kind of follow-up? Because I know in my district, there's one program that they've been trying to get everybody to use literally probably about 25, 30 years, but there's no follow-up. So my question is, for whatever is there something specific we're trying to get similar, like I say, like if we're doing Kagan, does somebody go in? Is that part of stall evaluation? How is it being monitored?
Well, I think the better way to answer this is just to look at this year, for example, of the what we've done on our release days on October 13th and the 24th. So a lot of times it's really been dedicated towards departmentalized planning opportunities for staff. I've also used those days to be able to train teachers on the early literacy screener that was new assessment. So those are examples. So a lot of this is really then following through with the training. So the literacy screener, for example, was administered shortly after that, but until teachers were actually trained, because it's very one-to-one teacher student assessment, that there was quite a bit of training involved to be able to get them up. Yes.
Yeah.
So some of this is really to be able to meet the needs of having that professional development time to follow through with whatever the year's strategic goals are or new initiatives that we're putting into place.
Okay.
But a lot of it also is focused on opportunities to improve and increase services for these populations. So GLAD training has been an example in the past that's focused on our English language learners. Yeah, any other questions?
But why does it cost us $1.7 million to do that training?
It's that's a good question. It's not about the trainer or the product or the trainings. It's about providing the release time for our staff. So those are non-work days with students. And so it's really just paying for that staff to be working that day to receive the training or engage in the professional development. That's what that funds.
Got it.
So why does it cost $1 million for a day? Because we're paying for all staff to be here to take that training. And one thing I want to also add is we've expanded to really make sure that we're providing training to all of our classified instructional staff as well. So in the past, it's primarily been focused just on certificated. And so that's also where the $750,000 from the LREVG grant is going towards, is to make it sustainable for us to be able to do that for our instructional aides as well.
But then the second part of my question, in terms of what kind of accountability do we have? We spent $1 million. How do we know people are really following through or following up? Because for example, with Kagan, if we're saying, are people using exit tickets? Are people doing the Think, Pair, Share? You know, like I said, is that part of a stall evaluation? Is it something, how is it being?
No,
just
I think
wishing a
it's
prayer?
it's more of a coordinated effort with our district and our site principals to make sure it's a reoccurring theme in their own professional development and staff meetings. So just an example, I used the 13th, and I said there was a lot of departmentalized time. There's then follow through with each site having taken that information and the discussion across the entire district in that department back to their department meetings throughout the school year that are scheduled out. So some of that accountability is built into the department chairs and the site administration, working with teachers and in those PLCs or department meetings throughout the year to follow through with the items that were discussed during the district-wide meetings. Yep. But are they used for evaluation? No, that's really not the goal of these trainings in professional development. Do we look at our test scores and say, are we making progress towards our LCAP goals? And is this a wise investment to provide these professional developments and trainings? Yes, and I think a perfect example of that is our middle school math scores. The increases there have really been about PLC work. And without these funds, we're not able to provide staff the opportunity to work together in those PLCs.
And how much voice do teachers have in this? In
In
terms of like a survey as to how?
we
know what
we do a staff survey at the end of each year around our professional development needs to determine what the needs are, what's gone well and what hasn't. It's also part of most schools have either instructional leadership team or something very similar to that, or they convene with their department chairs or grade level leads to determine what the needs are. And they bring that as part of the planning conversation with our site principals and administrators to say, this is where we need to put a focus on our professional development.
Okay, thank you.
I need to pause. Inexplicably, we've managed to hit the 10:30 mark, which good work, everybody. So I, with my fellow board members' approval, would like to extend the meeting to 11. Yeah. Yeah.
So moved.
I need you to second, Lorette. Can you, okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Awesome.
Just circling back on that board member Kano, I think you bring up a good a point for us to focus on is some accountability, additional accountability, I should say, not some, but additional accountability with our professional development. Yeah.
Any other questions?
That was kind of in line with mine. I was just kind of looking deeper into the goals, talking about like the scores and RTI and tech all kind of moving together. And it's also interesting as we think about LCAP for the next round, like how do we brainstorm on that more? I think, yeah, actually that was all my questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Anders.
You're welcome.
A pleasure as always.
So this is the first reading.
Yes.
We will bring back the LCAP for second reading next week.
Awesome.
And at that point, you'll approve. It still goes to the county. County's reviewing it currently. We've done a pre-review and we're 98% pre-reviewed approved. So
Nice.
We're in a very good standing with our current plan. Yep.
That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on, but let me clarify, Dr. Hasty. So you are suggesting that we can smush 9B, C, D, E together?
Correct.
Yes. We're going to make it a sandwich of awesome. So I don't know, guys, look. So again, that means we're going to take 9A, 9B, 9C, D, and E, and then we'll do F and G independently, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, that's where yeah, B. Thank you. No, please. It was all sprung upon me. Okay, so adoption of resolution 52 regarding the education protection account, adoption of resolution 53, resolution of the governing board of us approving assignment of delinquent tax receivables, adoption of resolution 54, adoption of resolution 55. Huh? Yes. I'll look in here. Can I get a motion and a second to approve 9B through 9E?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Did we have discussion?
We do after. Oh, wait, no, I lied. Now discussion, then we vote.
Motion amendment.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Questions? All of them.
Okay, so you want me to talk about all of them? Okay.
It would be great.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the Cliff Notes. So
So like,
the education protection account, that was the resolution that we we're going to spend that money for teachers. And we talked about that already. I'm going to go to 9C, and that is the approving the assignment of delinquent tax receivables. School Services of California works with an organization where delinquent property taxes that are not collected. Anyway, so we've been part of the program for years. Over, I want to say since 2003, it's come down to about 1.2 million. This year it's going to be about $56,000. But we have to do this resolution to get that dollar amount. It's pretty simple, and this is all operational routine items. For the TRAN. Now this is a little bit bigger. It's a resolution. It doesn't commit us to doing any money. It just tells the public and the board, if we need to do any type of a lending option. Which would be, through a pool lending option or we could do a standalone if we were low on cash. But first we would utilize intra-fund transfer of Fund 40 before we had to do this. But this is a good time just to put it in. We'll bring it back next year and hopefully we don't have to use it. But if we did, we'd bring it back to board and tell you, and we'd have a fiscal advisor working with us.
Is this, briefly, is this something that we have done before as a district, or is this?
I'm not aware that you've done this before. I don't think you have.
Is it pretty normal practice for other
For
districts?
districts that are, yes. You did interfund transfers.
You did
out if
interfund,
did an
yeah.
extra Tran. Yeah, because I would have known because when I did the credit rating for the district, usually you have to talk to the Tran that was brought for resolution and
Okay.
it just didn't come up. But anyway, so this is just a precursor just in case, and it won't have any impact on us. But we want to make sure that we have this resolution done in case. Okay.
Okay.
9C is part of the bigger strategy. We're establishing a Fund 17. This is going to be an other reserve. You'll see there, special reserve. And again, we're not putting any money into it. We're just doing the resolution to open up that fund. And then as we go forward, we could essentially, if we had excess money, we wanted to put aside for labor, or if we had excess money, we wanted to put aside for potential legal liabilities. I would then do a memo to LACO to create what's called a sub fund, and we'd have a 17.0, a 17.1, 17, and this will help us start strategizing. So this is laying that groundwork for future moves. Fund 14, deferred maintenance will be doing that with that as well. It's already been established, but we'll be looking at doing some sub funds to do like a Chromebook refresh and different projects. Right now we're exploring the joint use agreement and just looking at doing a sub fund for 14 as well to make sure we're tracking those funds accordingly. Okay, then let me see,
I think that's it.
okay, move on.
Any questions, friends?
I don't actually. I got all my questions answered.
With the resolutions? Oh, look, we can figure that out. Yeah. Okay. Seeing no further questions, just to repeat, we had a motion made by Ms. Olson, seconded by Ms. Cano. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Seeing none opposed, all of those 9 B, C, D, and E pass. We'll move on to 9F, which is the ratification of contract for professional payroll services with LACO. Dr. Hasty.
Sorry, my mic. This is for 30,000. It's a ratification. This was from services starting in our payroll department with the company CCCEN. In order to get them paid starting in November 1st, we have to get this ratified. And so
That's 9. So I think you're talking about 9G. It's okay.
There's
9F,
F as well.
9F is the with LACO and 9G is,
So yeah,
we're
nine,
doing them separately, right?
yes, but
Okay.
9F is also CCN because we had to go, we revised, this is the attachment, the amendment that we changed out.
Oh,
And it's available, it was available in the front.
yep. Hold on. So we have, then we have two,
We have
F
two-
and G are two contracts with CCC.
Correct. So the first one is to do work that was before I got here, November, because we had ratified that and that's
Yeah.
30,000. Then we did a not to exceed for the second item, which that would be for, that was for 9G and that was for 75 and not to exceed. We're amending that because we've had this company helping out with the payroll.
Yeah.
And we got to pay them up until June 30th. And in order to do that, we have to amend this at $150,000.
So my question is, just going back to 9F for a second, the original contract was for a not to exceed 60, and so we're increasing it by 90, so we're approving. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that I am looking at the right.
Wait, I see that it says from previously approved amount of 75,000 to
Right.
150.
Which one are you looking at though, F or G?
That's G.
Yeah, I was talking about F, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
F is the
right.
30,000.
Okay,
Okay,
but they're both,
The same company.
but it's still two different amounts.
Correct.
And this amount hourly rate of 250,
I believe we had a cost share with LACO on the first one, and that's why this is a little different because with the 30,000. This
when
was a
does
contract we
it
received from
end?
them. Okay, so the first contract gets us paid for before the second one started. Because the first one was the done with LACO. That was the cost share one. So in order to do the second one, they went over the not to exceed of 75. And so we have to get them through June 30th. And we have not paid them because of the not to exceed and the scope said we cannot pay them any more money if they went over the not to exceed. So the new one, the 9G is going to go till June 30th and and it was amended from 75 to 150 to pay it out.
and one is for payroll specific
Correct.
and the other one is for.
They're both
general.
payroll. This
They're
is
both payroll.
They're the same. Yeah.
Okay.
It's payroll support to support staff who are on leave in the payroll department.
Did you?
No.
And I do want to just make sure the board's aware. I know we're talking about 9F, but we are looking to reduce this cost. And so there's two things that I've already been in talks with a different contract that would come at a cheaper price starting in July, but I'm not sure about that yet, but we may need to bring this contract back for July as well.
Okay. I need a motion and a second for 9F.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Cano, seconded by Ms. Olson. Any further discussion?
Painful.
Yeah, it's not great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
See no opposition, motion passes 3-0. I need a motion and a second for 9G.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Olson, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And also aye. Seeing none opposed, motion carries 3-0. We are now going to move to consent. Is there anything anybody wants to pull, discuss? Okay, which item? Okie dokie. It's the amended minutes. Okay, so just for discussion?
It's just a question. These were amended because I had not been at the meeting.
Yeah.
I remember on it, it said that I was seconding and I was like, wait, I wasn't there.
Yeah, it's fixed.
So they've amended it. So now I still don't think I can vote on this to accept them due to the fact that I wasn't there. So even when I've read them all, I'm like, okay. So it's,
Could you,
but do we have quorum then? Do we need to?
if you abstain, we should,
Yeah, there's only 3 of us.
oh, so then we have to pull it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I
Fun
thought.
times.
That's all.
All right. So then we're going to pull Yeah, we're gonna pull 10A. And that leaves us with 10B and 10C. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Olson, seconded by Ms. Cano. Any discussion? No. Shocking, but true. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Seeing no opposition, motion carries 3-0. I'm gonna look, do I have any retirements? Oh, sweet. Okay, then, our meeting is adjourned at 10:42. We will see everybody next week for our regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you, God. Man, you really could get